So it will depend very much on the new SOP lah. And we have to
apa? Contohnya kalau nak buat face to face, number of student limited per
Yeah,
class ke
yeah.
apa, something like that ke.
So they keep changing kan from time to time, bergantung pada keadaan semasa lah. Pagi ni pun ada taklimat mengenai MOOC challenge. So selepas saya perkenalkan Dr. Tazli ni, I have to leave untuk bagi taklimat program apa ni? Program MOOC challenge 2022.
Oh, okay. MOOC still exist, bro?
Oh yeah, in USM still we are we continue to pursue to
Right.
apa ni, do MOOC aggressively.
Okay.
Okay, pukul 9 pagi saya rasa kita boleh mulakan call ya. Dr. Tazli.
Boleh.
Alright. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera pada semua rakan-rakan pensyarah USM dan juga yang mungkin yang mendengar di Facebook Live dan juga YouTube. So kepada semua pendengar-pendengar dan rakan-rakan pensyarah yang budiman, selamat datang ke siri webinar yang dianjurkan oleh Pusat Pembangunan Kecemerlangan Akademik ataupun Center for Development of Academic Excellence, CDAE. Saya Abdul Karim alias pengarah CDAE akan memperkenalkan penceramah istimewa yang kita jemput pada pagi ini yang akan membuat perkongsian mengenai satu tajuk yang sangat relevan, sangat penting, iaitu mengenai student engagement. So penceramah kita pada pagi ini ialah Dr. Muhammad Tazli Azizan ataupun lebih dikenali dengan nama pendeknya Dr. Tazli. Ya. So selamat datang Dr. Tazli. Sekali lagi.
Terima kasih, bro.
Ya, so terima kasih sekali lagi Dr. Tazli kerana sudi untuk menerima jemputan kami untuk berkongsi tentang tajuk pada pagi ini. Tajuk yang sangat menarik iaitu Promoting Online Cognitive Engagement via Active Learning. Okay. So when we talk about student engagement, active learning, it's not really new, especially in the last few years. The term student engagement ni more and more, people talk about it, active learning. So much has been written also and discussed and deliberated about student engagement and active learning, and whether it's in the physical face-to-face classroom setting or in online environment. We constantly face challenges to get students really engaged in our session. But what is the real meaning of student engagement? And what is the real meaning of active learning? So these are some of the questions that our speaker this morning, Dr. Tazli, will be sharing and will be addressing. And I hope all of you, the participants this morning, whether in the WebEx or YouTube, feel free to ask questions. And I really encourage all of you to be an active listener, active learner or active listener. So when Dr. Tazli is sharing or asking you to participate, I really hope all of you will participate, give your cooperation, because when everyone is participating, the speaker also will feel, the energy, and then you get a very nice, very vibrant, active session. So, USM people, USM lecturers, the participants here, and also those who are listening on YouTube, please participate. Let's give meaning to the what is student engagement, and how do we expect our students to engage. Let's show that in this webinar, and let's be very active. So before I pass over to Dr. Tazli, let me introduce my dear friend here, Dr. Muhammad Tazli Azizan. He is currently a founder of Scholar Malaysia, and he is very, very passionate in delivering trainings and facilitation related to teaching and learning. He was a former associate professor at University Malaysia Perlis or UNIMAP in 2021, and previously he was with University Technology Petronas (UTP), for which he had served the institution for the past 17 years. He graduated his PhD in chemical engineering. So he's a chemical engineer from Imperial College, funded by Commonwealth Scholarship in 2014. And he came back and he was then appointed as the director for Center of Excellence in Teaching and Learning, CITAL, at UTP. And I'm very proud also to be part of CITAL at the point of inception of CITAL, and also involved in the advisory panel for UTP. And Dr. Tazli has been championing the student-centered learning pedagogy initiative at the institution from 2014 and until 2019. He was then appointed as one of the National Education Policy Reform Task Force members from October to 2018 until April to 2019, serving the former education minister at that time, YB Mazli, yeah? Mazli and Tazli. Inshallah, YB Tazli, yeah, in the future. In 2019, he was also seconded to Perak ICT and Multimedia JLC, Digital Perak, as the CEO for 9 months. To date, he has delivered more than 100 trainings and as plenary speakers for various teaching and learning events and conferences. In 2021 alone, he has delivered 25 online webinars and workshops related to online learning, promoting cognitive engagement, hybrid learning, and HOTS assessment. So there you are, very wealth of experience, very passionate educators. So I believe he's the right one, qualified, more than qualified to share with us his idea about student engagement and also cognitive engagement. So without further ado, saya serahkan pada Dr. Tazli. Silakan Dr. Tazli.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Thank you very much to Prof Karim for the introduction. Prof Karim ni macam memang whenever that saya pergi mana-mana, I always mention that Prof Karim is my mentor. Bukan was, until now he is still my mentor, and I always get his feedback and his constructive comment on the approach that I'm using on whatever that I'm doing lah. So thank you very much Prof Karim. Rasa sedih juga Prof
Thank you.
Karim nak pencen dah kan, tapi tak apa, mungkin lepas pencen mungkin lagi engagement lagi baik
InsyaAllah.
kot. InsyaAllah kot.
InsyaAllah.
Sekolah Malaysia is waiting for you. Alright. So let me share first the
Yeah.
okay, the screen. Harap semua boleh
Okay.
nampak
Ya, boleh.
Okay.
Cantik slide.
Saya dah lama bye-bye PowerPoint.
So lepas ni boleh nanti Dr. Tazli promote juga apa ni your program on Canva punya training tu juga ya.
Sure. InsyaAllah.
Feel free to promote any of your what you are doing now,
Okay.
because whatever that you are doing is very relevant with our ni lah, yeah.
Sure. No problem. Thank you. Okay, so the topic today is actually promoting cognitive engagement via via active learning. So I'll be specifically looking at the approach is not only something that you can apply online, but is also relevant if, let's say, later on we have to conduct hybrid classroom, for example, or actually hybrid teaching, hybrid learning. This is also some kind of techniques that I'll be sharing with you that perhaps is relevant to be used as well for face-to-face class. Before we start with anything today, okay, all right, there is two objectives that I would like to achieve in this workshop, which is the first one is explain the needs to shift to student-centered learning methods in the classroom. So why do we actually need to shift into student-centered learning approach, which I think many of the speakers before, I think Prof Karim also has been saying this for many times, but I would like to reinforce it at this particular time, as well as I'm going to share with you some active learning techniques that can be used in the classroom. So that is actually the outcome. Usually, in my training, this is actually I should have given this special credit actually on active learning module ni it was developed by Professor Khairiah from UTM. And so some of the materials too, memang most of the materials are actually some of it is her materials, okay. But as I mentioned, if let's say we are to conduct face to face punya training, usually it will take 2 days punya training lah. But some of it I try to compress because I know that for online punya session ni we cannot have too long, otherwise we're gonna be a bit screen fatigue. So there are some things that I add in, and also try to gel with whatever that she has produced before lah. So this is why actually I'm sharing it. I'm sharing it here. Um, okay. Before we proceed, I'm going to ask you a question. So this is one of my favorite tool as well, Mentimeter. I think as those who actually have attended my session before, I use a lot of this, and I think still relevant. So this is the link. I would like to ask you if you could think for a while, for the next like 30 seconds, and then try to write it down. What is the most meaningful formal learning experience that you had gone through in your starting from, for example, if let's say you're imagining from kindergarten until you become a university student, for example, not as a teacher, but as a student, what was the most meaningful learning experience that you had gone through, and what made the experience significant? Okay, which means that you still remember until now um, the knowledge that you have learned through that experience. Okay, it's not only remembering that experience, but also you still until now you still remember about it. So can you please use the code 74656363? You can go to the link that I shared in the chat. Okay. For those in YouTube, you can actually go to www.menti.com and use the code 74656363 and try to answer what is actually the most meaningful learning experience that you had gone through. Why? Why is it?
Okay, let's participate. Zana, can you also please copy the link to YouTube? Zana or Liza can help, or Iton.
Sudah, Prof.
Oh, dah ya. Oh, okay, thank you.
It's already there.
That's CDAE, very efficient. Okay, let's participate. Let's participate now.
For example, like if let's say for example, like I remember learning the alphabets through songs, for example. So that is actually one of the meaningful formal learning experience that you have learned through. And what made it significant because it's a song, so I can remember until now, for example. What else? What are actually other things that you have learned through? What is the most significant one that you still remember until now?
Can be in bahasa or in English also, kan?
Yes, sure, no problem. Okay, we have only so far one response here. I learned that constructive face-to-face feedback was useful, and knocking on the door of my lecturer will dispel all fears. Okay. My lecture on genetic during second year degree, Prof. Nazalan was explaining on transpose jumping gene, and he actually jumps stairs by stairs to show how the gene jump. One of the best lecture I had. Okay. Learning English through drama and role play.
That's me, that's me.
Okay. Learning history through story narration with full emotion.
Oh, full
Learning
emotion
using
tu.
full emotion no.
Nak tahu juga macam mana tu.
Learning using mind mapping, discussion with chemistry teacher on the experiments done. Okay. Adult learning approach significant because one gets to share issues and gain extra knowledge from different perspective. Storytelling by my teacher, the teacher story was very moving.
Hmm.
Secondary school education, science classes. The learning was fun because there are lots of experiments. Interesting.
Yeah.
Develop RC propeller drone in a team for aircraft design. I think this is where actually we do a lot of hands-on. Language awareness, we learn by doing, experience it, go and find mistakes. Learn by example, zaman kanak-kanak cikgu akan buat bersama-sama dengan pelajar, outdoor dan in class, tak bosan, seronok. Okay. Learning C++ because we can immediately see the result of coding.
Oh, learning C++. Aduh, pening kepala.
Went for a walk around neighborhood to learn about things around us during kindergarten. I learned on to operate a live frog during secondary school. Significant
Oh,
because I keep thinking about it for weeks and affect my decision on hands-on experiment.
yeah.
Biology ni kan.
Remember that? I remember that.
I didn't take biology tapi I remembered somebody mention about operate memang live frog ni kan. I learned that English literature needed hands-on learning.
Hmm.
Physics subject, when I was in high school, the teacher used examples that were related to our everyday activities. For example, Mirage. When I ride my motorcycle, I was be able to relate that knowledge. Ada air kat depan. Oh, Mirage rupanya. I learned that typing on the typewriter was the best experience. Hands-on. Project development, skills and competencies, learning English using a song, learning how to brush teeth back in the kindergarten, working in a group in a branch bowl was great. Answering teacher's quiz in class, then the student choose a classmate to answer the next question. And the next one choose another. So it's like we always call name classmate to kenakan them. I think I remember this as well. Ada seorang pensyarah yang akan start lectures dengan current issues yang related dengan topik yang akan diajar to create interest of the student. Memang best. So this is I will explain this later on a little bit more after this. Learning using analogy to explain something that is difficult to understand. I learned that mind mapping was the best ever. Verbal quiz in primary school in religious studies. Learning via discussion in the group. Learning French is really difficult, especially the pronunciation. So the teacher will teach us using theater technique. Oh, this technique helped me to be more confident, and I'm using this technique when teaching my student. I learned that asking questions was the best way. Lecture without PowerPoint, but more through interaction and sharing. Mixing chemicals in chem lab during secondary school have nearly blown up the lab. Okay. This is something that you still remember real life challenging work experience during internship study.
Ada dua orang sebut pasal mind mapping ya.
Ada something ni ada Mr. Chua Kiman dekat YouTube dia kata always love hands-on experiment especially risk-free tanpa dimarah-marah sebab salah. Okay. Hands-on experiment. Open-ended for example kan. Okay. I think that's a lot of experience that still we can remember kan. Kalau if let's say we put all of this together, if let's say one student going through all this kind of experience, can you imagine how much knowledge that they actually have acquired kan? I think it's quite a lot actually, and still a lot of experience that they can still remember and they can remember until now. Okay, let's move to the next question. Just asking another next question. What is the worst or worthless one experience you had in learning? Why was it bad?
What
Tadi
is the
saya
worst
tanya, what is the
experience you
worst?
had in learning?
Uh,
Why
uh,
was it bad?
why was it bad? Can you recall back during from the kindergarten until you become a
Yeah.
student
Come
as
on,
well?
jom kita participate. Tadi yang nampak lebih kurang 50% saja. Not good enough. Not good enough.
Not good enough. Okay. So what is actually something that you remember until now, the experience you remember, but you still feel that I learned nothing out of that? Can you share?
You remember, but it was a bad experience.
You remember, but it was a bad experience and it's not useful.
Yeah.
Maksudnya you cannot recall much about that, about the knowledge that you learn. Okay, latih tubui buku latihan tanpa penjelasan jawapan dari guru. Repeating the course after I failed once. The lecturer read from the textbook. I felt suicidal. Apa lagi? Apa lagi? Something that you macam you remember, you still remember until now, but you feel that no, I didn't recall. I couldn't recall what I learned during that time. underline each sentence in textbook. I only memorize content of subject to get good grades without understanding. Memorizing essay didn't improve my English. Okay. Buat exercise math, kemudian cikgu suruh semak jawapan kat belakang buku.
That's me, that's me.
Betul kan
Dia
Prof?
dia
Memang ada jawapan
cikgu
kat
duduk
belakang kan?
cikgu duduk kat depan, tak buat apa pun. Dia kata, okey, buat exercise ni, semak jawapan kat belakang, itu je.
History class in school, teacher just read from textbook um, without any explanation. Attending a talk that has good topic or title but presentation is about the success of the presenter. Okay, ni ada Dr. Jamilah. I already deleted back exhibition from memory. Non-stop lecture, worthy slide, reading solely from slide board, highlighting the words in textbook. Lecture 100% make me feel sleepy. Sitting at the back of the class, salin contoh karangan 5 kali. I think this is why actually kan, kalau kita tengok in our education, when it comes to writing, it's always about copying. It's not really writing.
Yeah.
Copying. Maksudnya sometimes the teacher praise the good handwriting instead of the idea being put or on your thought that is being put on writing tu. During mathematics lesson, it was bad listening to a parrot emotionless sitting at the back of the class when my teacher is constantly finding fault. I remember in Form 3, this math teacher would start the class caning every student who was not able to answer his question. Itulah kena denda ya. Cikgu pilih kasih denda pelajar tanpa usul periksa sehingga terpaksa tukar masuk kelas sains dari kelas perdagangan sebab tak suka cikgu berkaitan. Akhirnya jadi jurutera, bukan accountant. Okay. Dari awal kelas hingga akhir, pensyarah baca nota dan suruh catat satu persatu. Gang out with those who are also weak in
Oh,
class.
yang itu same my experience tu.
Same
Ini
experience.
dekat universiti tau. Lecturer baca daripada nota dia,
Ah,
kemudian kita salin lah macam gila. Kemudian dia explain sikit-sikit. Itu je.
saya punya
Berhenti betul.
pensyarah suruh isi tempat kosong. Dia bagi nota. dia sebab nak suruh orang datang kelas, jadi dia bagi
Uh,
lecture yang tak complete, dia ada ruang-ruang kosong. Isilah,
Masya
kita pun
Allah.
struggle lah isi kan. Attending classes that use the same set of slide over many years. Class teacher ready with cane and strong slapping technique to student. Student beri doa tiap hari biar cikgu tak datang.
Masya Allah.
The teacher mark my work as wrong because not following the exact marking scheme. I coloured an apple green. Itulah. Ada satu lagu by Zain Bikha, if you can find it, ada satu tajuk dia pasal ni lah, maksudnya pasal following the scheme ni. If you anybody can remember, ada satu tajuk lagu dia red, flower is red, macam tu lah, something like that kot. Bila kelas panas tak sesuai untuk kerja berkumpulan, semua berpeluh berbau. Hardly any, even a boring teacher is teaching us. Okay. Lecturers or teachers taught the theory without explaining the possible application, clueless of the overview of the topics and how everything fits together. I was the first day of semester, first kuliah, but the lecturer subject tu awal lagi dah kata dia takkan terima any question pun dalam kelas. Alamak. Learning a subject which the teacher or lecturer himself is not competent in the subject. Advanced audit for a CCA, the lecturer just read the notes and just use the old-fashioned projector. I just sat in the class for 15 minutes and gave up, failed the exam, obviously. Do not read in advance, wait to be told what to do. I became very bad in maths after first year of my degree. Copied everything on blackboard but understood nothing. Semua pelajar okay, cuma masa tu reflection macam tak ada, so cikgu tak tahu input dari pelajar, hanya based on the exam result sahaja. Okay. My lecturer asked question, yet answered on his own without giving us time to think. Pensyarah short sendiri, cerita pasal diri sendiri, family, yada-yada, tak ada berkaitan dengan topik. Okay. Banyak storytelling ni, penipu lara kan. Attend attending Lara. Attending math class, but instead the lecturer likes to share his life experience, which just not really. Ni another one. Penipu Lara punya case. The teacher is solely focused on the teaching blackboard. The students are playing loudly at the back. Lecturer said that A is only for God. Maksudnya dia penalize punya student. Low confidence and justify why I am dumb. I see. Low confidence. It creates low confidence. Okay. One of my bad experience is actually when I was in my first year. learning thermodynamic. Prof kita belajar thermodynamic susah. It was very difficult. It was a difficult punya topic and it was taught by a Russian punya lecturer during that time. Um, I hardly understand anything actually sebenarnya sebab dia memang bercakap seorang-seorang kan bagi lecture. And ended up during the exam tu sama ada saya duk terfikir sama ada saya nak lulus atau gagal je sebenarnya. Um, I just answer everything. Ended up dapat markah 93 Prof.
Dahsyat betul tu.
Tapi saya then I realise bila masuk jadi pensyarah, I realise masa tu kita ada vetting kan, vetting exam. I think most of the students are failing and then there is a very big significant adjustment of the marks because I don't think that I deserve that mark. Because even until right now, I don't remember actually what I learned during that time. Sampailah kena ajar thermodynamic, only then I said, oh okay, this makes sense and it's quite easy sebenarnya, bukanlah susah pun.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that I would say is something that yeah, it is on your transcript, but but nothing meaningful lah. What you try to say is not meaningful as it should be lah kan. You really want at least.
I have the same story juga. Belajar thermodynamic ni.
Ah,
In my first degree, I didn't do well, but in my masters, alhamdulillah, the lecturer actually came from industry, and basically dia gunakan apa ni orang kata backward approach lah, problem based. Dia bagi problem,
okay.
then kita work backward, then you learn about all the thermodynamic law and so on by solving the problem. And that
Right.
was to me a very good approach lah, which I now also use in some of my lectures lah, some of my classes. So yeah, apa ni thermodynamic, a good example.
Okay, so this is actually some of the findings from my
Okay, Dr.
previous
Tazli, I have to leave
workshop.
now. I
Okay,
wish I
Prof,
could
thank you.
stay. So thank you very much, and
All right,
everyone, please enjoy and participate actively. Yeah. Okay.
all right,
Thank you.
thank
Bye
you, Prof.
bye. Hopefully, I can join later.
Inshallah. Okay, so if you look at this is actually the finding from my previous workshops. The similar question that I put in, for example, like the question about meaningful versus worthless. What are the things that is meaningful for them? For example, they say they're using songs, self-reflection time, hands-on experience, field trip, real application, peer teaching, lecturer give feedback, and so on. And then when you look at the worthless, slight dependence, lecturer talks about things unrelated, no lecture, just read textbook, talk to the whiteboard, no scaffolding, punishment, not challenging, and so on. Similarly, if you look at the next slides, the meaningful learning, for example, like lecturer took, there is no interaction during class time, no exam or result oriented, teacher use idea as example for the whole class. Okay, sorry, there is interaction during the class time. This is all the meaningful. Do drama to learn language. Teacher start class with story that's related to the lesson. Student enjoy the class. Hands-on learning and lab. Okay, and then the worthless one is, for example, lecturer just read from notes. Just refer to PowerPoint. Students are punished because they don't know the answer. Boring class, teacher doesn't know how to make subject come alive, and it is a one-way class. So comparing, if let's say we start to compare between whatever that you put just now, okay, dekat meaningful learning versus worthless learning, and by looking at the findings from not only from USM lah, this is actually from different kind of workshop that have conducted, meaningful versus worthless. What are the similarities that you can observe from this? What are the similarities on the meaningful experience ni? And what are the similarities of the worthless experience ni? What are the differences that you can observe between meaningful versus worthless ni? Anybody can comment tak? Boleh letak dekat chat. You can just write down in the chat. What are the things that you feel that makes things meaningful? And what are the things that you feel that it makes the learning worthless? Sejarah yang sama berulang. Okay. But what are the observation? What is your observation from here? Okay. When you look at for example, when you look at the the comment just now, kan, on the meaningful learning dekat menti tadi, and then you also observe Okay, practical versus theoretical. Okay, interaction versus non-interactive learning experience. Okay, anything else? What do you think that leads to um, for example, some of this learning become very meaningful, some of it uh, becoming worthless. Alright. Pensyarah mungkin tak prepare, assuming setiap pelajar sama, right? Relevant, real experience in regards with the topic we learn. One way versus two way interaction. Okay. And meaningful bila ada involvement, engagement, and emotion, and ikhlas. Okay. Student-centered versus teacher-centered, and engagement with students, meaningful, goal-oriented, worthless, lack of pedagogic direction. Okay. Outcome versus process oriented, student involvement in class. Okay, thank you for the comment. So you can see that a lot of the things here involve lots of hands-on. Maksudnya, when there is a student involvement in the class, when there is a students participating in the activities in the class, that makes the learning meaningful. So when we do a lot of things, when we do things, when we actually participate in it, that makes us remember. Okay. But when we look at the worthless learning punya experience, okay, it looks like most of it is actually either the lecturer is unprepared, okay, or the lecturer assume like Prof Zainal dekat tadi, lecturer assume that everybody, all the students know already. They just proceed with giving the lecture, ataupun there is no interaction, and most importantly there is no involvement of the students in the learning. Is actually, kalau kita letak dalam kelas, if let's say we put in the class ada spotlight, the spotlight tu is focusing on the lecturer. Macam tadi lah, lecturer tu jadi pelipur lara, dia cakap sorang-sorang, they tell the story about themselves. And then, but if you look at this meaningful learning experience, it's like putting the spotlight tu dekat student instead of the lecturer or the teachers lah. So this is where actually what we can see significantly between what is meaningful and what is worthless. Okay. So what we had in our education, sebelum ni, before this, for example, when we have small numbers of universities, for example, lack of not many students joining universities, for example, we some sort of like know our raw material, right? Because it's just like cream of the cream who actually entered the universities. And then we just we know that, okay, for example, like these are good students, whatever that we give to them, we know the process, okay, and then we will get the right product, which is the graduates that we used to be in the past. But right now, if we question ourselves, for example, like do we really know the raw material that comes into our university? Do we really know what actually that is coming, what type of students that is coming to ourselves? We sometimes, because of right now, even our age, kalau kita compare, if let's say we compare ourselves as a lecturer like 10, 15, or 20 years ago, and then maybe perhaps we feel a bit close to our students in the past, because in maybe because our age is not, the age gap is not that big. Perhaps we know the past new generation. But right now, when the new generation coming in, we call it Gen Z or Gen Alpha or something like that. Do we really know the characteristics or the raw material? And so that is a question that we should ponder ourselves. Perhaps we do not know. But if let's say we still apply the known process that we had done in the past, do we really get the product that we intended? Are we going to get the same product specification? This is something that I leave you to ponder upon, whether actually whatever that we practice in the past, it can be repeated right now. Because the most important part here is actually we didn't know the raw material that we are having right now. And at the same time, if let's say we just apply the same process, do we really get the same product? Which means that it's possibly that we cannot get. Okay. There's something that I would like to share with you, some greater concern lah. This is the finding in 2014 made by World Economic Forum, but I feel it is still relevant even after 8 years, 2022. I haven't got the latest report yet, but what from the extract of this report, they said that in the future, okay, in the future, even this is what happened until 2010, a lot of job is actually what do you call that? The labor market is actually looking at the non-routine interpersonal and non-routine analytical skill kind of person. Um, the routine manual, non-routine manual, routine cognitive, all of this becoming lesser and lesser. For example, like the jobs such as those plant punya apa at the manufacturing plant, those who are actually standing on the line kan, for example, no more kan, is being replaced by robots and AI and so on. And at the same time, for example, like the job that will be depleted in the future, like accounting, for example, accountant, and that will be also depleting, or if perhaps you're gonna be have a different kind of JD lah ataupun job description in that way. Um, and the one that is actually increasingly needed, for example, is something that is relating to us to the workers actually need to make decision based on the data being collected by the robots, for example. That is where actually analytical skill is needed, or something that is actually involved more interpersonal skill. So that is the jobs that will be increasing. Maksudnya the job yang akan lebih banyak akan ada is actually this kind of jobs. So there is a greater demand for interpersonal and analytical skills worldwide. The questions right now is actually have us actually give this kind of skills, okay? Try to nurture this kind of skills in our class so that our students are ready. Okay. At the same time, the findings in 2014 also said that only an average of 6% of adults demonstrated the highest level of proficiency in problem solving in technology-rich environment. This means that um, not many adults, okay, this is somehow maybe an opportunity for us to see that actually there are not many adults right now who are able to become a problem solver in technology-rich environment. And those 6% ni lah, I think we would consider is like actually holding the power right now. Set macam Elon Musk, all these Mark Zuckerberg, all this kind of people who actually setting up all these unicorn punya companies. These are the people who take advantage of because they have the skills that is needed. And if let's say we don't try to close the gap and we just actually stay with our own known process to develop our graduates, our students, it means that our student will fall into 94% punya category. And this is where actually there will be a very big gap later on in terms of the income and so on. And perhaps this is one of the reason why also that our students are not being employed, okay, and maybe ended up having a low in term of the pay scale is quite low again. In term of the salary they're going to get is quite low because they do not possess the problem solving in technology rich environment skill. And this is something that also we need to ponder upon. The findings is actually for teenagers lah. This is around the teenagers punya age. In 2014, it was shown that critical thinking and problem solving was very low. Okay, um, there is, for example, like between 0 to 20% when they make the study. In comparison to, for example, to Japan and Australia, they are already at 80 to 100%. Okay, and then when it comes to creativity, you can see that Malaysia, Indonesia, it is also within the region of 0 to 20%. Australia is 60 to 80. Japan is 80 to 100%. Even Vietnam did better than us. Okay, in that way. As well as Thailand, it is between 20 to 40%. That is in terms of creativity. And then we look at the curiosity. Our students are not curious. Okay, it is only between 0 to 20%. And then the Japanese have lots of curiosity, as well as with the Australia. I don't have the bigger map is there lah, but actually, um, I just want to show what actually that is happening to our country lah. If we compare actually with our close neighbor around here, why do you think in the first place that our students are lack of critical thinking? Why do you think that they are lack of creativity, and why there is no curiosity? Do you have any idea? Maybe you can share with me. What's your thought on it? Boleh share dekat chat, few of you. What do you think? Why the syllabus is incredibly boring? Okay. What else? What do you think that why our students are not curious? Why our students are not creative, as well as they are not a problem solver or critical thinker? Dekat YouTube pun boleh komen saya akan baca juga. Saya boleh baca juga dekat sini. I'm opening YouTube dekat my phone so I can read the comment as well. It's too result oriented. Teacher tends to spoon feed, book oriented, they copy adults. There is no empowerment in teachers teaching. How to initiate creativity in class in missing. Okay. Right. So there's a lots of actually possible answers in here. Exam oriented, the main purpose is to get good grades. Lack of reading, which is I agree with you. I agree with most of your comments here. Ada komen dekat YouTube here, students do routine tasks, memorizing fact and lack of hands-on activities. Which is almost true. Like if we really have look at whatever that is being shared with you, with everyone here, uh, okay, kita tengok full set spectrum of education system is great and result oriented. The system of education adopted does not seem to advance with time. Just look at primary school math today. The policies doesn't help and do not promote all the green in the map. If you see the marking scheme SPM pun dah tahu dah how rigid our education is. I tend to agree with you. Like students are not curious because they have been spoon fed all this time, all this while, melalui proses latih 2B. Even actually kalau kita tengok the way how we were told that the students will be taught in term of KBAT, for example, high order thinking skills. It is good. On the paper, it looks good. But on the implementation side, it was bad because even kebat pun dilatih to be kan, you know, even hots pun dilatih to be kan, which is actually bringing down the hots to become low order thinking skill. When you start to actually latih to be hots, okay, which means that you still start to fit the answer. Okay, if let's say the hots question come out like this, you answer like this, so it means that the students are no longer curious about the answer because they know that there will be some kind of marking scheme will be given to them. The student will already being they already being taught on how to actually answer, and then lepas tu kalau kita, if you can remember, when we actually even actually this practice is not new. Okay, if we recall back 20 years ago when we took SPM as well, there's already like a classes for strategi menjawab soalan exam, soalan peperiksaan, right? If you answer like this, then you can get more marks, for example. So it looks like it become very exam oriented lah in that sense, right? So that is actually causing what we are having right now. Students are becoming lack of creativity because they are very stuck in the way how they answer it. Okay, and then yeah, there's too much syllabus as well, perhaps. Okay, because it is just too much, and the students are not being trained inside the class. For example, how to think critically. They're just being fed with whatever it is, as long as they complete the syllabus. So this is something that we really have to be thinking of. Are we actually going to continue to produce this kind of graduates or kind of students in the future? So something that we have to ask ourselves lah. Okay. So when we talk about 21st century skills, we have done in all this while we have done all of this. For example, it went up to university level. If, for example, if let's say we're teaching them science, we're going at the university level, they are going into a deeper punya part, right? Technical competency. For example, those who are learning language, for example, maths. This is something that we teach in primary, for example. But when it goes to secondary and universities, we're going deeper inside this. But how actually that we can nurture all these kind of skills on top of the foundational literacies that we are teaching them? For example, like how do we teach creativity in our class? Do we need to create another subject? This is actually another issue that we have to think. Okay, most of the time what we did is actually, kalau kita rasa, oh, students right now, for example lah, the thinking is actually when the students are not curious, okay, let's create a new subject, curiosity. Let's create a new subject, creativity. Let's create a new subject, thinking skills, for example. Of course, the students will start to see that the knowledge has become disintegrated. But the most important part is actually how do we develop all these kind of skills inside our class. This is where actually the task of educators come in. It is not only about disseminating the knowledge, the technical punya part of the knowledge that we want to do, but it's also we are looking at the development of the skills as well as development of the effective domain. Okay, effective domain, the values that we want to nurture inside our class as well. So this is something that we need to ask ourselves: how best that I can actually nurture all these kind of skills inside my class while I'm teaching them the technical punya knowledge. Kalau kita tengok in the past, this is the phone, right? World War dulu kan. Who have this? Perhaps we only have military. Military people only have this. And in the 1970s, 1980s, only the rich people have this kind of phone, right? Uh, when I think when the time I was apa saya lahir tu, actually phone dah start ada button lah kan, bukan start pulas-pulas ni lagi lah. I think this is 1970s, right? But the question right now, who doesn't have this? Siapa yang tak ada phone ni? Like everybody have this, kan? So you see that the technology advancement, especially the internet, it changed the life and businesses. Means that the advancement is there. But when we look at the classes, right? Perhaps right now kita boleh tukar lah sikit. What is actually we having right now is actually Zoom classes, okay? But still, kalau if you imagine we translate that Zoom classes ataupun Webex classes, we put inside the setting, perhaps it still look like this because like everybody is just focusing on whatever that the lecturer or the teacher is saying, which is similar to the 150 years ago. Like everybody is sitting here like this, and in year 2000 it's like this, in year 2020 it's still same like this. So it doesn't change that much as compared to actually how the technological advancement in terms of the technological advancement to how it changed to. I think it doesn't change that much when it comes to the class setting. And also the funny things that we have to address is looking at this. We already realized that as an educator, we want our students to have the knowledge and all those kind of skills that I have highlighted earlier. And then, but we are not willing to let go. So it becomes like this lah, the comic kan. I expect you all to be independent, innovative, critical thinkers who will do exactly as I say. So something yang agak lucu lah, kelakar, because actually we know about that, but actually we just say it without really know how to do that. So this is something that we need to bear in our mind, how best that we could deliver this. Okay, let's have a look at actually what is actually the grand challenges in 21st century. Okay, right now we actually we already now in the face of pandemic. Kita duduk dalam zaman pandemic, and it was not written in the textbook, any textbook 20 years ago. Okay? And what are actually skills that is needed right now in order for us to overcome this kind of pandemic? It is not only the knowledge that we actually learned in the past, but it is also the skills that is needed from that time in order for us to overcome the situation right now. Similarly, kalau kita tengok the problem that is going to happen, that already happening, in term of, for example, like global sustainability, global warming, destruction of forests, ballooning global population, in term of the energy problem, global poverty and health and infrastructure. There are actually problems that we cannot anticipate that will be coming in the future. But we need to prepare our students to solve these particular problems. And it is not in the textbook. Okay. So the most important part here, we know that we need to we need to teach them the fundamentals. Of course, that's number one. But at the same time, there are also a lot of skills that is needed in order for them to solve this particular problem. For example, like they cannot simply have a single person solving a global warming or ballooning global population. It is not a single discipline who will be able to do so. In fact, they need to interact with different kind of disciplines in order for them to solve this kind of problems. There are lots of teams, there are lots of people involved in it. And when it involves a lot of people, it goes back to the skill that is needed. For example, the interpersonal skills, how actually we talk to each other, how does we can convince each other in terms of our solution that we want to have, how do we make decision as a team together, for example. So these are the things that we need to nurture our students inside our class. It's not simply just by giving them lecture and lecture and lecture all the time. So this is how we should think of moving forward, is how we can best develop all the necessary skills to them so that they'll be able to participate and join together to solve these grand challenges of 21st century. And I think USM is advocating a lot on what we call as sustainable development goals, right? When we talk about all the 70 goals that should be reached by 2050. Um, for example, when we talk about quality education lah, because my passion here right now is on the quality education. A single person cannot give a quality education to a student, right? Because he is not actually teaching the student for the entire life. That should be an involvement of a lot of people, a lot of parties involved here. Because, for example, if you have heard about apa, ada satu tagline kan, dia kata, it takes a village to raise a child, right? It takes a village to raise a child. So it means here that um, we on ourselves as an educator, we contribute to actually to make sure that the students receive good education. But it is not only about that. There's a lot of parties involved and there's a lot of problems that is actually coming out to ensure that our students or our future generation receive good quality education. Similarly, if you're looking at zero hunger, no poverty, and all those kind of things, there's a lots of problems that need to be tackled. There's a lots of things that are not being there in the textbook. There's nothing there. But what we have to do is to ensure that our students, when they graduate later on, they will be able to be having passion in any one of this area and try to develop and use their skills in whatever profession they are to solve kind of problems. So the most important part, perhaps in the future, it is not about asking our student or our children what kind of job that you want to work later on, but instead we should ask what kind of problem that you are passionate to solve. Okay. So I think that that is something that we have to bear in mind lah. Even right now we are teaching our students, yeah lah, we are teaching them engineering, we are teaching them public health science, for example, political science and so on. It is not, it is the most important part for us to nurture inside them is actually we should try to make sure they are interested to look at what kind of problem that they want to solve in the future. So when they have some problem in mind that they want to solve in the future, that is where actually they will develop their passion. That is where actually they will develop their curiosity so that they would want to know what are other things that is needed for them to solve this particular problem. Instead of like, okay, after this you can graduate and you can become, you got the certificate and then you become whatever it is lah. So this is the role of educators lah, role of ourselves. We want to nurture these particular students so that they be able to solve some selected problems, okay, that you want to solve in the future. What kind of problem that you are passionate to solve? That's a big question. Yes, it is a big question, and it needs we need to allow some kind of soul searching lah among our students. Um, it's easy to say that okay, what kind of job that you want to have in the future, kan? Tapi even right now, if we ask ourselves, do we have a specific problem that we are passionate of, that we want to be part of it, that we want to solve? So these are the things that we need to teach our student as well. Only then daripada situlah, for example, if let's say the students see that there is no job that suits them in order for them to solve the problem, they become the job creator. They become the entrepreneur, for example. They set a startup, for example, because they really passionate. They are really passionate in solving this particular problem. So the next question that I would like to ask to you: what do we want our students to be when they graduated? Okay, you can use the same link. Boleh share kat sini. www.menti.com 74656363. What do you want your students to be when they graduated? Okay, what are the traits? Apa lagi yang kita nak? Okay, successful tu is quite generic, but what are other traits that you want the students to be in the future when they graduated? For example, if let's say you are teaching your students right now, what are other things? What are the things that you really want them to have? Visionary, okay, successful, competent, become a humanizing human, okay. Leader, critical and vocal, marketable, okay. Thinkers, innovative, useful, professional, having empathy, for example, critical thinker, problem solver, to learn, okay, to be a community leader. What else? Courteous, creative, okay, um, humility, benefit to society, critical and vocal, apa lagi? To share and care strategies, being flexible, ethical, ada empathy, respectful to others, adaptive and flexible, not selfish. What else? Okay, boleh juga tulis dekat chat kalau siapa yang nak share about their thoughts about what do we want our students to be when they graduated. Integrity. Okay, ada integrity, to be needed, a problem solver, pro-social, good leader, useful, being honest, to share and care, humane, okay, to be a community leader, okay. A lot of us were thinking about having our students to become very creative, okay, compassionate, okay, self-sustained. Maksudnya tak perlu disumbat sepanjang waktu kan. Dia boleh sustain sendiri. To share and care. Apa lagi kat sini? Apa kataan lagi yang resourceful, has emotional quotient, trustable leader. Okay, right. So yeah, we want our students to be able to achieve something lah when they graduate tu. I think for example we highlighted here we really want them to become creative, competent, ada integrity, a problem solver, thinker and so on kan. So these are actually the same characteristic that we want the students to have lah. For example, like we want them to have analytical skills, we want them to have creativity, we want them to be able to have communication, leadership, team working, professionalism, becoming a lifelong learners, function in global economy, okay, principles of business and management and so on, and ethics, okay. So in order for us to actually to really nurture these particular skills, these kind of characteristics, this is where actually what we have to do. For example, it's actually we need to move. Actually, we cannot just simply stay at becoming faculty centered ataupun teacher centered. We can get our students to get something out of becoming faculty centered once in a while. Once in a while we can do something that what we call as teachable moment kan. Kita nak bagi lecture, yes, we still can give lecture, no problem. But we still need to bear in our mind that we need to move towards what we call as learner-centered ataupun student-centered punya approach. We need to allow the students to participate more. We need the students to do more so that they learn. Okay, that is number one. The second one is actually we're looking at discovery-based or constructivist learning. This is where actually the students are learning based on their experience, experiential learning coming in. This is where actually the students learn through hands-on activities. The students made their own discovery. The students tadi macam ada somebody comment about apa doing chemistry punya lab. Cuma nasib baik tak meletup je lab dia kan. So this is something that actually throughout discovery they will be learning something. The third one is actually what we call as avoid content orientation. This is something that many of us have been doing. Yet we feel that macam kalau kita tak buat kita rasa bersalah, tapi sebenarnya there is something that we need to bear in our mind as well. Instead of we cover the content, let's think about this. Let's think about letting the students uncover the content. Okay, instead of like we feel that the need to cover everything for the students, why don't we allow the students to make the discovery by themselves? Okay, of course there are something that we have syllabus. We have actually when we put the learning outcomes, we have something that we want to teach them, right? But it doesn't mean that teaching is just simply disseminating the information or disseminating the knowledge that we have. Teaching doesn't mean that we need to give lecture. Teaching can be always about making the students uncover themselves, uncover the content by themselves. So this is where actually we need to learn what would you call that? The approach, different kind of pedagogical approach. Number 4, I think this is very important as well. Learning how to learn. Many of us, many of our students are actually lacking of this. They only know how to learn by letter to be. Okay, that's only the skill that they have. For example, if let's say you ask to do mind mapping pun dia tak pandai. Okay, even for example if you ask them to read pun they're actually not good at reading, because if you see how they highlight dalam buku teks, dia pakai dia punya highlighter tu, dia highlight everything. So these are the skills that is very important for us to teach our students, because at the moment right now, at the speed of how the knowledge explosive, become very explosive. Maksudnya knowledge ni berkembang biak. We cannot teach them everything. But if let's say they know that, okay, I have a specific problem that I want to solve in the future, and therefore I need these particular skills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I know that I need this technical information and knowledge about this. If let's say the students acquire the learning how to learn punya skill, right? They should be able to make the discovery by themselves. They should be able to learn it by themselves. All of these things. So our function here as an educator is actually to facilitate them, okay, to guide them into the right direction of so that they become the problem solver that is needed when it comes to solving the problem that they are passionate of. So this is what we have to think of lah. How best can we actually teach them learning how to learn skill? And of course, this kind of skill, we cannot just learn it from one class. It need to be a continuous punya session daripada awal. For example, like starting from the primary school, secondary schools, even at university level, it cannot only come into one subject, learning how to learn punya subject. It has to be done inside our class, starting daripada year 1 lagi sampai habis. The students need to be having this kind of skill, need to learn how this particular skill. Reading skill, presentation skill, writing skill, all of those things are very important so that they will really know how to learn by themselves. Number 5 is actually inquiry-based scientific methods. So this is where actually the students will actually learn how to become more curious about things. Kan? Macam contohnya macam if let's say they want to learn about something, they will become curious and then they will actually do their own. They will do the experiment on their own actually to find out the answer, for example. And finally is what we call as team-based problem solving processes. So this is what we have to do to make sure that the students achieve this kind of characteristics by involving them in problem solving. Okay, become a problem solver, and it involve a team base. Okay, team base maksudnya they are actually collaborating together, they are actually discussing together so that they be able to solve the problem. So these are the things that we have to bear in mind. To what extent that actually that we have done all of this inside our class just to ensure that our students fulfill this kind of characteristics. As I say again, of course, you cannot see the students to evolve into the skills that is needed only from one class ataupun one session. This is where actually everybody of us as the educator need to see daripada awal sampai dia graduate later on, and perhaps these are the skills, some of the skills that they can acquire after they graduated. Okay, this is something that I think perhaps people yang kata apa, some people feel bila dengar perkataan ni dia jadi, kalau orang Perlis kata dia kata jadi meluat, dia jadi cemuih dia kata. OBE. But I think I would like to make some kind of correction to what people think about what is actually OBE is all about. When we talk about OBE, the real meaning of OBE what we want is actually the spirit of it. Okay, OBE ni, it means that it's starting with a clear picture. We already have a clear picture in our mind that we want our students to be like this, like this, like this, like that. So when we have that clear picture of what we want our students to have, only then we start to organize the curriculum. Only then we start to think about the instruction, and then we'll be able to make the assessment so that the students be able to achieve the outcome that we want. But I think most of the time when we talk about OBE right now, people are thinking about documentation, right? Mapping here and there, mapping here and there. And sometimes it could be very, what do you call that? Misleading. It is misleading. There's a lot of documentation comes in, but not in practice. OBE in practice means that whenever that we want to perceive something, okay, we actually have something, kita what do you call that, kalau kita baca buku Seven Habits of Highly Effective People from Stephen R. Covey, dia kata kita kena begin with end of mind, okay? Which means that we already visualize what we want to have in our students. Only then we start to actually draft, okay, the curriculum, the instruction, the assessment and so on. Itu yang kita, the spirit behind OBE that we should be doing. Okay, so cuma itulah maksudnya OBE ni dia salah pengertian, which means that some people always like to system apa, dia nak buat system about it, and that system sometimes dia akan makan diri lah sebenarnya. So I hope that jangan ada yang patah hati dengan OBE. Although we can always improve whatever that we're having right now, but the OBE is not about documentation. Okay, it's not about that. The spirit of OBE is not about that. It is always about seeing what actually that we want our students to have, and that is the reason why kenapa kita buat instruction, curriculum and so on. This is a definition from Spady in 1994. So before kita rehat sekejap, okay, I would like you to actually watch this video. Ada satu video yang saya akan share about teaching and understanding part 1 and part 2. And we're going to look at the difference between Susan and Robert. Siapa yang kita ajar sekarang? Who are we teaching now? Is it Susan or Robert? How many of them? And is it enough for us to be an entertainer teacher? Okay, so let's have a look at this video.
Meet Susan. Susan is a 23-year-old computer science student at the university. Today, she has a semantics lecture, which she is really excited about. Susan likes to get to the bottom of things, to reach understanding and consequences of what she's learning. Susan is characterized by a preference for deep learning. In fact, we almost cannot prevent her from learning. But she is not our concern today. Robert, on the other hand, is. Robert is also a homosexual student of computer science and also has the semantics lecture today. However, Robert is a different type of student. His goal is not to achieve understanding. In fact, Robert doesn't really care about the learning in itself. His goal at university is different. His goal is to get a piece of paper and get a decent job. He will only use higher cognitive processes.
Labeled transition system where the configuration simply will be the states of the automaton.
Let's have a look inside the auditorium to see how Susan and Robert are doing.
Arrow, the transition relation will
Let's
be
look a little closer.
of the automaton.
Thinking about teaching. A level 1 teacher is concerned with what students are. For him, the exam is a matter of sorting the good students from the bad. A level 2 teacher has the focus on the teacher and is concerned with what the teacher does. From this perspective, there are good teachers
I made an animation yesterday, and you'll see the information in blue coming up
and
here.
bad teachers.
For the proof of lemma 37b, assuming that proposition 21g holds.
This perspective is also known as the blame the teacher's perspective. A so-called good level 2 teacher will attempt to arm himself with an armada of teaching techniques, tips, and tricks to teachers. However, these, apart from having a teacher focus, is that the result is passive students. We need to engage and activate the student.
And then she said, it was the transition system.
Great teacher. Man, that guy was good.
Yeah, but I didn't really get the point about the indexes, and I wasn't too sure about the rest either. But yeah, great teacher.
As clearly demonstrated by our entertainer teacher, activation itself is not enough. A teacher at the most advanced level, level 3, is particularly concerned with what a student does before, during, and after teaching. That is, he is particularly concerned with the product or the learning outcome of the teaching. But before we can go there, we need to understand understanding.
Okay. Kalau kita tengok, if let's say we relook at the question here, maybe you can respond to the chat. What is different between Susan and Robert? For example, like how many Susans that you have right now in your class, or perhaps Robert, is it like you have 50-50, or actually you have more Robert than Susan right now? And is it sufficient to become an entertained teacher? Susan less than 50%. Yeah. Because right now, kalau kita tengok, last time we have what? Semasa saya student dulu, pasti Robert perlu dibetulkan ni. We used to be Robert as well, right? Sometimes some of us were Roberts in the past. And we were Roberts in certain aspect, right? For example, I am Robert in DIY. I'm not interested in that DIY. Some students, they are actually very good at certain things. But of course, when they are actually taking their own discipline, uh, we want to make sure that these students are passionate with what they learn, instead of just wanting just to grab and get the degree certificate. We want them to really go deep into their learning. Okay. And that's also the problem lah, because last time perhaps the number of universities are very limited. As I mentioned, we know the raw material, the number of universities are very small. But right now, even private college and universities, we have roughly about 500. So of course, we're gonna have a tendency to have more Roberts who actually just want certificates instead of Susans. Okay. And the third question here, is it enough to be an entertaining teacher? Kalau kita tengok the last part of the video tu kan, lecturer tu buat lawak and something like that, and then the students comment, um, kan, dia kata apa? The students kata, I don't I don't really understand about apa, all this kind of thing, but yeah, great teacher, great teaching. Do you have that kind of experience before? For example, if let's say you were a student before, you have an entertainer teacher who teach you, um, but you didn't understand much, but you just like the lecture. Pernah tak experience that kind of thing? Ada tak? Ada siapa-siapa pernah? Do you have any one of you have that kind of experience tak? You have a lecturer who, or a teacher who are very entertaining, okay, but you don't understand that much, because what is also being highlighted in that video, dia kata kalau apa, you just entertaining the students, it will end up only in getting passive knowledge lah. So but we want to really make sure that the students are getting active and participate. Okay. So saya dah bawa this video. Let's have break kejap for the next 5 minutes. Maybe no, until 10:30. Okay, 10:30. 10:30 we'll start again. Um, uh, so this is apa kita panggil toilet break ke, nak minum air ke apa semua. We can do right now lah. Okay, just stop kejap.
diving, I'll never leave the ground. Crash to the surface where they can't hurt us, far from the sun now. In the shadow, in the shadow, in the shadow, far from the sun now. If you ever leave me, baby, leave some morphine at my door, 'cause it will take a whole lot of medication to realize what we used to have, we don't have it anymore. There's no religion that could save me, no matter how long my knees are on the floor. Oh, so keep in mind all the sacrifices I'm making to keep you by my side, to keep you from walking out the door. 'Cause there'll be no sunlight if I lose you, baby. There'll be no clear sky if I lose you, baby. Just like the clouds, my eyes will do the same if you walk away. Every day it will rain, rain, rain. I'll never be your mother's favorite. Your daddy can't even look me in the eye. If I was in their shoes, I'll be doing the same thing. Saying there goes my little boy, working with that troublesome guy. But they're just afraid of something they can't understand. Oh, my little darling, watch me change my mind. And for you I'll try, I'll try, I'll try, I'll try, yeah. I'll pick up these broken pieces, still I'm bleeding. If that'll make you mine, 'cause there'll be no sunlight if I lose you, baby. There'll be no clear sky if I lose you, baby. Just like the clouds, my eyes will do the same if you walk away. Every day it will rain, rain, rain. Oh. Oh, don't you say goodbye. Don't you say goodbye. I'll pick up these broken pieces, still I'm bleeding. If that'll make it right, 'cause there'll be no sunlight if I lose you, baby. And there'll be no clear sky if I lose you, baby. And just like the clouds, my eyes will do the same if you walk away. rain, rain.
Okay, dah 10:30. Saya sambung balik dengan saya share balik skrin. If you have any question along the way, please do not hesitate to put in the chat so that I will try to answer lah. Yang mana saya boleh address. Okay, so we just watched the video about Robert and Susan. Okay, and then kalau kita Google dekat YouTube, you can find the video teaching, understanding. There are 3 part. Then tak apa, kejap lagi saya akan share the link lah later on. But along the way ni pun kita akan tengok the videos about it lah, so that we can understand further the needs for the engagement with the students. So we talk about being an educator, being a teacher, being a lecturer, for example. Then this is what actually bila kita sebut tentang OBE tadi kan, when I talk about OBE, kita OBE ni is about imagining the students punya outcome, or what actually that they wanted to be. And then we design in terms of the instruction, curriculum and assessment. So this is what actually bila dalam our program right now, we have what we call as program assessment, program objective, program outcomes and so on. And each of the program tu have its own course lah, ada core course masing-masing. So right now, let's zoom to our own core course lah. Let's zoom to our own course that we are teaching. So we have a course, and this particular course, there are the 3 main components. They have 3 main components, which is very significant to us. Is the first one is what we call as learning outcome. Okay, we have what we call as learning outcome. And then the second one is what we call as instruction, and the third one is assessment. So all of this together need to be there in order for us to ensure that we manage to get the outcome that we want for our student. For example, like when we have our learning outcome, kita ada intended learning outcome kita, we list down all the outcomes that we want, right? We list down all the outcomes that we want, followed by the instruction. Okay, followed by the instruction. The recording is pause. Minta CDAE untuk continue. Dekat and YouTube pun mungkin dah boleh continue kot. Saya pun tak tengok kat sini ada tulis 10 minutes break lagi. Okay. Right. So when we talk about the core course tadi, okay, there are 3 main components. First one is actually the learning outcome, actually the intended outcomes that we want to achieve with our student. So we list down lah, kita list down students should be able to do this and that, right? Kita ada design, kita gunakan, we use the Bloom taxonomy as our guideline lah in order for us to use the guide word tadi kan. We use the verb tu tadi based on the Bloom taxonomy. So students should be able to apply this, students should be able to analyze this, students should be able to evaluate this and compare this and that. So these are the things that we actually put in our intended outcome. And then after that, we make the assessment lah. When we continue with the assessment, right? When we continue with the assessment, we assess whether actually our student have they be able to achieve the outcome that we have specified in the first place. Student tu boleh tak dia mencapai, for example, if let's say we specify the student should be able to do this kind of analysis. So when we do the assessment, the students whether they can do the analysis or not. When we want the students to be able to make comparison or evaluate, we do the assessment. Does the student be able to make comparison or not, or evaluate? Most of the time that we forgot is actually in the instruction part. The instruction part here is very crucial and very critical to make sure that the students be able to do the assessment. Because sometimes when we do the assessment of, for example, like of very high level lah, high level, kalau we go to the Bloom taxonomy tu, we go to the higher level of verbs tu, analysis, evaluation, creation and so on. But the instruction that we put in there, we just continue with our lecture. Kita just expect with our lecture je. Okay? So we just give lecture, and anticipate that the students should be able to do all this kind of analysis, be able should come up with comparison and so on. So we are not being fair to our students sebenarnya. Okay, we're not being fair to our student, and of course the learning outcomes would not be achieved. Why is that? Because it is not being aligned. Yang itu kalau kita sebut dalam MQA selalu dia ada framework dia, they call it must be constructively aligned. Constructive alignment. Okay. The meaning of the constructive alignment is to ensure that the learning outcome, instruction as well as assessment are aligned to each other. That is very very important. Okay. So kalau kita tengok sebagai muhasabah diri kita, reflection back on our practices, whenever that we specify our learning outcome for our course, okay, and then after that, whenever that we conduct the assessment, have we improved in our instruction just to make sure that the student achieve the learning outcome and they should be able to attempt the assessment? That is something that we can ask ourselves lah. Have we done that? And then especially right now kan, when we are actually during the pandemic situation, the students are some sort of like disengaged dengan kita. Okay, we want to make them engage. Okay, we want to make them engage with us, but they are some sort of like disengaged with us. We have a problem with the students who are not responsive to us. We have a problem with the students who lost motivation in learning. So how actually that we can help with this situation? But first thing first is actually we need to understand what actually that caused the disengagement. That is very important. So this is the findings made by Thomas F. Chu, which he has studied not only on the K-12 online learning, K-12 ni level school but also at the university punya learning, and which I found a bit similar lah about the experience. For example, the first thing when they highlighted is actually he highlighted that what caused the disengagement inside the online learning class is when it is too much emphasis on behavioral engagement instead of cognitive engagement. Okay, what does it mean by behavioral engagement here is more towards like making the students adhere to the disciplines that we want to bring them. We have to remember the students whenever they are online with us, it's not the same like they are in the same space in the classroom like us physically. Okay, kalau dalam kelas kita boleh cakap kat student, hey, please behave, please be quiet and so on. You cannot do so when actually you are conducting an online class. Because, for example, you say, I make it compulsory for all my students to view this video. So this is not what we call as cognitive engagement, but this is behavioral engagement. We want them to behave accordingly. So we make them compulsory to watch this video. Okay, ataupun the students, they reflected on themselves. I was told to attend this live session, otherwise it will affect my grade. Or the student will say, I came to this session because I was forced to. So this is actually, kalau kita tengok, if we look at the reflections from here, this is the signs of what we call as behavioral engagement. What does it mean by cognitive engagement is the students, when they learn about something from us, okay, they are not only taking the knowledge as what is being taught to them, but also they'll be able to relate the knowledge that they have to something that is that is not being taught to them in the class as well. So that is what actually what we call as cognitively engaged. The students are cognitively engaged means that the knowledge that they learn, that they got, and they be able to relate it straight away to something that is not there. So this is what we call as cognitive engagement. Okay, this is what we call as cognitive engagement. So when we are actually putting too much emphasis on behavioral engagement, it will actually somehow demotivate the students, and it will deter the students from what do you call that? From learning further, and it will deter their motivation from connecting the knowledge that what we have teach them inside the class with something else outside there. So that is why when we put too much engagement on behavioral, it makes the student feel they are giving up on us. So that is one thing that we have to be concerned of lah, why the students are disengaged. The second reason why the students are disengaged is because their lack of emotional attachment. For example, when the student said, my teachers or my lecturer just teach non-stop, there is no nothing that I get from that. And the second one is actually I barely know my teacher and friends here. This is especially happening to, I think, first year students lah. First year student who for example that they barely know each other, dia tak pernah masuk, tak datang minggu orientasi dan sebagainya, and then yet they have to join the online class and they need to participate, for example, ataupun they need to be there for the online class. So when there is lacking of emotional attachment, so when the student said, I barely know my teachers and friends here, that's why it makes them become disengaged. Some other reasons that cause the disengagement is what we call as, for example, unsuitable gadgets. This is why actually when the students use mobile phone, when actually the slides that we created full of text, for example, so it's becoming difficult for them to have a look on it. Or the educators' lack of skills to create instructional videos. For example, that we want to do videos, but the videos is too long. We don't chunk it down. It is not attractive. There is no intonation in the delivering the content, for example. So that makes the students becoming less motivated to learn. The third one is actually the students' lack of skills in digital content development. This is also one thing that we somehow kita sebenarnya we assume that this generation is actually a digital native, for example, and they should know everything, but it is not. Okay, our students, they are good at the social media punya use, for example, but not so much on the content development, the digital content development. So when you ask them to create video whatsoever, it's not genuinely, naturally a skill for them to simply create those kind of content. So sometimes we need to allow them, to facilitate them, to ensure that they be able to develop some good content lah in that way. That's why tak semestinya whenever that we give them, what do you call that, not necessarily all the time we give a task for them to do video kind of presentation or create video as part of the assessment. So it will, sometimes you will start to see dia punya quality to not as what you expected, right? Because the students are also lack in this particular skills and they need to be taught. The final one is actually what we call as ineffective online learning experience. So sometimes the students had a traumatic experience when they went through maybe for the past 2 years already entering the year 3 of online class. So some of them having a trauma of what a good with a bad online learning experience. So it's gonna be difficult to break that kind of trauma for them. So that's why some of the students becoming disengaged and become a bit not so much motivation with them. So this is something that we need to break, and we need to make sure that the students are engaged. What also I mean here is that when the students are not cognitive, when we want the students to be cognitively engaged with us, doesn't mean that the students have to respond to us all the time. Okay? Tak adalah every time kita macam minta dia chat dekat kita ke, not necessarily. Some of the students, they love to do that. They love to participate. Some of the students, they are there for them to learn, okay? But maybe not immediately they'll be able to connect with us. But most importantly is the knowledge ataupun something that we are trying to share with them, the activities that we conduct with them is something that they can cognitively engage with whatever that they have learned previously ataupun whatever that they're going to learn in the future. And they be able to make that kind of connection. I think these are some things that makes the difference between, kalau contohnya for example, like in physical class, we can still control the students. But in an online class, okay, we cannot just simply treat our class, online class, 2 hours, 3 hours ni as if like it is like a similar physical class. The learning process too is different. It's not only within that particular time, it is also beyond it, or it is sometimes it's actually come together with all those kind of synchronous and asynchronous approach tu tadi. Okay, so mungkin ada students yang attend the class, for example like the workshop that you attended today, you may get the aha moment tu right now. Okay, you may get it right now. Some of the students, they may get it maybe in few days or a week after, for example. Maybe after they have repeated the recording session ataupun they come across a different kind of assessment being done. So only then it makes them engage with the materials, with the knowledge that they are learning. So do not be, what I'm also trying to highlight here is, whenever that you are teaching online, do not be disheartened straight away that if let's say you feel that the students are not directly participating with you at that time or at that moment. But you have to make sure that the students, there are activities that they need to do, okay, just to make sure that maybe in the few days to come or a week to come, they will start to make sense about what actually that you're trying to teach them. I think those are the things, I hope that that's very clear. Even actually physical class pun macam tu. It's like that. Some of the students, they may actually participate superficially in the class, but sometimes the learning may take place after that. I have an experience with my students who actually we conducted what we call as flipped classroom approach. And these students, he didn't miss the activities. Whenever that we conducted the class, he will come. But he rarely watched the videos provided. But I think the way how he learned is actually when he attended the activities, he's trying to make sense of it. Only then he go and watch the video. So it's different way. Okay, it's different way around. But that doesn't mean that the students are not being cognitively engaged. It's just a matter of different people have a different way of learning things, and we as the educator need to provide that kind of avenue, okay, so that whenever that we conduct a real life session, it's just not only a lecture, but there will be some kind of activities involved so that the students can make sense about what they are learning. Only then the students can be made cognitively engaged. One of the problem that when we conduct class ataupun online class ataupun physical class, for example, there are several illnesses that the students are actually will be facing. This is the learning illnesses, okay? The learning illnesses taking from this article, Taking Learning Seriously by Lee Schulman. Lee Schulman, he highlighted that there are actually 3 types of illnesses that happen among our students whenever that they are learning. The first one is amnesia. Amnesia ni apa dia? Anybody can respond? Anybody can say in the chat section, apa dia? What do you feel about amnesia? What do you think about amnesia? Amnesia ni is does your student facing amnesia inside the class? Ada tak? Mesmerizing. Okay. Blank mind. Right. Amnesia ni ialah they learn something inside the class. Right after the workshop, kejap lagi dia lupa. Whatever that they are learning. Memory loss. Yes. They lost the memory. Tak ingat dah apa benda, whatever that they learn tu, already they already forgot about it. Okay. What else after 2 weeks? Terus lost. Tak tahu apa-apa. So that is actually one of the illnesses. We call it amnesia. The second type of illnesses is what we call as fantasia. Okay, fantasia. What do you think is fantasia is all about? Okay, Dr. Syafawati forgot this and that. Daydreaming, berangan. Lagi? Thinking something else. Okay. Fantasia ni is misconception. Misconception. Which means that kita ajar benda lain tapi dia faham benda lain. So that is actually fantasia. Okay. That is the second illnesses. The third one is inertia. What do you think is inertia? Drive. Okay. Ni kalau konsep fizik saya. Okay. Not really. Non-moving, resistant to change. Almost there. Stick with the same point. Okay. Ada yang komen dekat YouTube. Stick with the same point. Non-moving. Okay. Inertia ni ialah they learn about something but they do not know how to apply it. Okay. Learn about something. They think they know about it. But actually they do not know how to apply it. Which is becoming inert lah. Kalau kita belajar, ada yang belajar dalam chemistry inert kan. Gas nadir kan. Tak berguna pun. Useless. They feel useless sebab macam ilmu tu tak boleh nak practice. Tak tahu nak practice kat mana. Tak tahu nak apply kat mana. So this is actually inertia. So these are 3 types of illnesses that the students what do you call that? Students are facing lah. And we need to think about the way how can actually we cognitively engage with them so that this kind of illnesses can be cured. Okay. So the only way forward is what we call as student-centered learning. So we should be using student-centered learning as the way forward. But before that, I'm going to give you an activity. Okay. Since dalam ni ada dalam kita ada dalam 88 orang, I'm going to make a breakout punya activities kejap. Okay. For the next, I would say 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. 15, yelah kita ambil masa macam itulah 15 to 20 minutes. But before that, I'm going to share you Padlet link kejap. Okay. So if you can go to the Padlet link. Okay, Padlet link. Boleh tak open HPL framework? Boleh tolong share tak Padlet link ni dekat YouTube? Dekat YouTube saya minta maaf lah, I cannot do breakout activities with you, but actually you can have a read on that on your own. So that nanti kita boleh participate balik dalam discussion later on lah, in the bigger discussion. So now sekarang ni everybody kalau dapat buka HPL framework, okay, and then if you be able to read about this HPL framework, okay, so the instruction is like this. I'm going to put you into a breakout session nanti, a group maybe of 8 orang, sebab saya takut nanti kalau saya letak 4 orang ada yang tengah buat kerja lain, so they are not participating in the breakout session. So I'll be roughly putting you maybe 7 to 8 people per group. Every 2 of you will take 1 section to read. Okay, every 2 of you will take one section to read. Maksudnya ada 2 orang akan ambil knowledge centered, 2 orang learner centered, 2 orang assessment centered, and another 2 community centered. Okay, so when you read through that, maybe you give your time maybe about 2 minutes to read through it. And then after that, you will need to take turn to explain to each other. So for example, like those who read knowledge centered, maybe ada 2 orang, seorang can explain and then another one to top up that information. Sama juga dengan learner centered, assessment centered, as well as community centered. And then we're going to do that activity for the next, I would say 15 minutes. And I will bring you back to the main session. And after that, we're going to have a discussion lah, just to solidify our understanding. Okay, that's the plan. So let's do the breakout dulu, boleh Breakout. Saya rasa macam minta CDAE tolong buat macam saya tak boleh nak buat breakout kat sini. Boleh ke? Puan Ruzana ke siapa ada sana?
Saya. Rosana.
Boleh buat breakout? Boleh buat breakout tak kat situ?
Sekejap
Ha. Okay. Saya dapat dah kat sini. Oh, someone else is editing. Puan Rozana boleh buat dalam 10 group? Puan Rozana automatic assign ke?
Ya.
Okay, alright. So saya minta semua tolong join the breakout session. And then dalam breakout tu bahagi-bahagikan lah. Maksudnya who want to read which part for the next 2 minutes and then you can start to discuss.
Dr. Tazli boleh join mana-mana grup kan?
Saya boleh join mana-mana group. Saya boleh klik kat situ. Ada bilik tak cukup orang lagi ni. Kalau boleh minta yang lain untuk participate dalam the session. Puan Rozana boleh tolong saya tak? Kalau boleh combine ada group 9 dengan 10. Okay, 9 tak apa, dah cukup orang, ada 4. Group
10 je lah, ada 6 kan?
Tak kisah dah. Sebab sekarang ni kita boleh nampak macam ada 2 orang je yang join kan. So macam group 8 dengan group 10 boleh join sekali. Sebab minimum kalau boleh nak 4 orang lah dalam tu.
Okay.
Yang ni lepas tu group 3 dengan group 4 tu boleh join sekali. Yang mana yang tak cukup orang tu kita transfer. Breakout session 8. Ni pun dah tak cukup orang ni. Dah berkurang. Try to combine lah. Kalau boleh dapat combine. Yang grup seorang 2 orang tu pindahkan tempat lain. Rozana,
Saya.
kita tutup bilik dalam 2 minit lagi ya.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, kita boleh tutup bilik. Okay, semua dah ada sini ke? Everybody is here? Belum lagi ni? Alright, I think check first. Okay, sebenarnya semua dah ada sini kan? Should be here lah. Alright. So when we talk about HPL ni, bila kita bercakap tentang how people learn punya framework tadi, I think most of you have already discussed about these 4 lenses lah. Kita panggil sebagai 4 lenses. It was this particular framework, it was developed by J.D. Bransford. He studied in year 2000, dia study more than 1,000 research work. Dia study more than 1,000 research work of what makes effective learning experience lah. Okay, perhaps any one of you, because you all have already discussed about it, can you please explain your macam boleh macam unmute microphone and you share your thoughts lah about what is actually knowledge outcomes and knowledge centered, for example. What do you understand about knowledge centered from your reading, and how do you connect the knowledge with what you have? Certain example ke, for example, maybe you can share with me. Any one of you yang maybe daripada room, saya pun tak ingat room berapa, tapi you can actually just unmute my microphone. Maybe you are the one who read about knowledge center, you can explain. Ada yang boleh share kat sini?
Hey, sorry, I'm from group 1 just
Okay,
now.
sure. Alright.
Okay, basically what I understand from what I read just now is knowledge center basically make sure the knowledge get transferred in a whole. And as educator role is to make sure the knowledge explained based on the cause outcome that's supposed to be delivered and must be interconnected with the future learning too. So actually I put it in the chat room as well, what
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sukukumar.
I understand as a summary of the knowledge transfer. Thank you.
Okay, that is based on your thoughts lah. Anybody else that what do you think about knowledge center is all about? I think this is excellent. Knowledge center basically make sure that the knowledge get transferred in as a whole, which means that knowledge is explained based on the outcome and it must be interconnected with future learning as well. What else that you understand from this? Anybody daripada room 6 ke, room 7 ke? Anybody who are actually reading it and maybe you want to share something from your understanding? Dr. Izzatul baca part apa Dr. Izzatul? Panggil nama kan?
Saya baca part knowledge.
Okay. Dr. Izzatul kalau nak share?
So, knowledge ni knowledge center ni kita terangkan kepada student the whole concept of one thing, for example. Contohnya HPLC, High Performance Liquid Chromatography. So, kita ajar tentang konsep HPLC ni, what HPLC can do for us. Why we need to use HPLC, for example. And then how it can do for us, something like that lah. The concept, the whole concept of one things. That is for what my understanding lah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody want to add dalam into the discussion for those who have actually read this part?
So can I add some more, Doctor?
Sure, no problem.
So for that things, what we want our student to know, it reflects, yes, for the course learning outcome. So at the end of the topic, for example, the student should be able to know how to operate HPLC, for example, how to use HPLC, for example, Doctor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, thank you. Maybe another one, just to highlight what he thought about knowledge center ni.
Assalamualaikum Doctor.
Salam.
Zainal ni.
Prof Zainal. So what do you think about knowledge?
I think knowledge center is really fundamental of outcome-based education, Doctor.
Okay.
Masa kita student dulu, we doesn't know what is the outcome kan, we just learn from the lecturer. And now we know what is the, like you said, what is the product specifications. So for instance, in MSET or EAC, we have 12. So we know that at the end of the day, 4-year programs, you must have this kind of attribute and everything. So the knowledge center is to that, how we craft, how we design our teaching and learning, everything is to that, how to interconnect those kind of things. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof Zainal. So when we look at the knowledge centered, as I think you have rightly pointed lah, maksudnya when we actually teach our students, okay, why does Bransford come up with these 4 lenses? It means that kalau kita ada all these 4 lenses in our teaching and learning classroom, in our class, whether it is online, whether it is physical face-to-face punya classes, it means that our students can learn. Okay, so one of it is what we call as knowledge centered lah. Seperti mana yang some of you have shared just now. Whenever that we want to teach some new knowledge, it must be connected. We must actually try to bring the students to the application of it. For example, macam tadilah ada contoh Dr. Izzatul cerita pasal HPLC. So whenever that we want to teach about HPLC, it's not only about HPLC itself, but it's actually the future application of HPLC. But at the same time, we also need to relate to some pre-knowledge about it, preconception about it. For example, like if let's say before we teach them HPLC, we need to remind them about something else before that so that the students can relate that knowledge with the new knowledge that they are learning. So that is what we call as knowledge-centered punya part. Alright, those who read learner-centered, anybody would like to share from your discussion?
Okay, hi, good morning. My name is Manmeet.
Hi,
Okay, I read about the learner
centered.
And I am from group 1. So one essential importance in learner center is the background, is the learner's background. This means that the learner background from the environment context, the prior knowledge that the learner has is important in order for us to bring their own experience from the actual life to appreciate the knowledge that is being shared. So based maybe for example, if the learner have learned about programming during secondary school, so it will be much easier for them to appreciate whatever is being taught at this moment. So beside background is also the interest of the learner. And I think this is towards the experience-based learning lah. So yeah, that is my take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mahmud. Anybody else who would like to add on? Excellent explanation. Yes.
I'm Shahira here.
Okay,
We
Dr.
also
Syairah.
discuss about, sorry ya, saya tak sihat. Jadi
It's okay.
hopefully we can make out lah apa yang saya nak cakap. One thing is background, the other thing is also personality, which is very important for me lah. When we look at delivering our content to the students, but with online now, maybe you can help figure out, because it's a bit difficult to actually tell which student is what, how they are, because we are being blocked from some cues that we use to actually try to tell the students' personality.
Right.
For example, we are not able to look at the student, kan? Usually they don't put on their videos
Right.
anymore. We can't see whether dia mengantuk ke, muka com ke, boring ke. So we are not able to say any of this.
Susah
And I
nak baca
find that
body knowledge kan?
susah nak baca, yeah. So we do not have that cues.
Right.
And with this blockage, it's very difficult to tell the students' personality themselves, not just the background. So sometimes when we feel like when we are delivering the content, we are teaching, rasa tak puas lah, because we're being blocked. So hopefully, maybe we have some idea to also share with us on how to go about this.
Right.
Cue.
Right. Okay, thank you. So tadi maksudnya bila kita nak make sure that effective learning taking place, we also need to consider about learner centered. Learner centered ni is where actually we takes into the account of learner's background. Kita punya demographic, Asian demographic is very different compared to Western punya demographic, for example. And the students punya preconception about what they learn, like Dr. Mention tadi apa Dr. Mahmud? Mention about programming, for example, if let's say the students have learned programming masa secondary school, how does that knowledge to kita bring into our context and we teach them? So that is very important for the student to see the connection of it. Okay. And when Dr. Shahirah just now highlighted about what are the things that we should do to make sure that we can acknowledge some background information of the learner so that we can address them and we can teach them. Perhaps one thing that we can, I may want to ask you a question, for example. If let's say we are teaching online, okay, we are teaching online and we want to make sure that it is effective. Does teaching 100 students online is effective, for example? Or 200 students online is effective, for example? What do you think? You can respond to the chat lah. Kalau Dr. Syairah pun boleh cakap. Kalau you want to say something.
I personally think it's not very effective lah, but that is convenience. For convenience sake, yes. Effective sake, we do not know. Even when we are trying to reflect kan, with the assessment, you were talking about this assessment. So we try to reflect on the assessment, and we do not even know whether that works, because dengan banyak copy dan sebagainya sekarang ni. So convenience sake for me, yes. But 100 students you have, that's why we were discussing in our group also. Sometimes maybe we have to shift from the student's personality to the teacher's personality now. The teacher, maybe the teacher will have to integrate a few ways of that personalities that actually that is suitable for these different kind of students, and they can actually leverage on those different ways of delivering the knowledge.
Agree. Okay. So this is my point lah. Maksudnya sometimes when we talk about we understand that at the moment if let's say we want to incorporate the learner centered aspect in the online learning, we know that actually teaching with 100 students, 200 students are not effective. Okay, and they're not effective way of teaching them and giving them lecture online, for example. One of the things that we could possibly do lah. This is something that I think, but then this is need to be elevated to the management level. Of course, teaching online is as Dr. Shaira highlighted, for the convenience, yes. Teaching and just talking for the 100 students, 200 students for our own convenience, yeah, we can do that. But to make sure that it is effective, we have to think of a different way. For example, as an example, perhaps students, instead of just coming to the class just to listen to the lecture, um, maybe you can just give it as part of the online punya video, macam video, just watching the video of the lecture. Okay, and then after that, we need to break the students into smaller group, for example, perhaps 10 of them, 15, maximum of 20, for example, at one session. And it doesn't have to take about like 10 at 1 hour, for example, 1 hour session pun, it doesn't have to. Maybe you just need to take the 30 minutes, for example, at one time, so that we can actually give some activities for the students so that they can have further recap about it, discuss about certain things or problems that you give to them, and then share the output and then summarize whatever the discussion that they have. Perhaps that is actually one way of what we can do instead of doing it in a mass. But of course, kita akan cakap that is very difficult because it takes a lot of my time. Tapi ini yang sebenarnya perlu difahami oleh at the managerial level, at the administrative level. If you really want to make sure that the teaching and learning are effective, we need to go to that extent, to that beyond, so that other things can be kept aside for a while. Kan kalau kita cabut pasal KPI, mungkin ada KPIs tu mungkin kita boleh shrink a little bit compared to if really want to make a difference in teaching and learning for the students. Because as I can observe, if we really look at the learner centered punya part, yes, it is not that easy. If, for example, if you want to teach 200 students without knowing their background, dia datang daripada mana-mana, we do not know dia punya in term of the internet connectivity, dia punya affordability, because internet is not only about accessibility but it's also about affordability. How many of them can afford to have data in order for them to attend a continuous class, for example? So these are the things that we have to bear in mind lah, kan? Contohnya kalau nak buat online learning, 100 lecture, 100 students, for example, of course not all the students will actually switch on the camera because it will consume a lot of data. At the same time, malu lah sebab ramai sangat depan, ramai sangat in front of too many students, other students. There perhaps a smaller tutorial punya session, smaller groups to may work better compared to actually having 100 lectures. Okay, and 100 student punya lecture. So this is something that we have to bear in mind lah whenever that we want to conduct an effective session. One, we consider about knowledge centered. The second one is we look into the learner centered punya tadi lah, which means that we have to acknowledge the backgrounds of the learners. Anybody else want to add on something on the learner centered? Ataupun if let's say we can move to assessment centered. Those who have read about assessment centered can share something about your thoughts on it. Anybody? Saya pun tak ingat nama tadi yang involved dengan discussion. Doktor, ada siapa yang baca assessment centered yang you can explain? Jangan malu-malu. Dr. Yasir, do you read about assessment?
Yes, Dr. Fazli. Yeah, this is Dr. Yasir. Yeah, actually,
I guess it correctly. Yeah.
Yes, you guessed correctly. Yeah, that's fine. So in assessment center, as far I understand, so actually in assessment center, we should be focusing on not only the teaching methods, whatever we have teach, but we should be opening them to a real world example, like what we are teaching in the academic section. But we have, if I'm talking about geophysics, like in physics department, so we should open them to real world example and ask the question from formative rather than summative domain. And also we should be relying these students to be think in the assessment center their own learning process rather than we relying on the other processes. So that's the summary of assessment center as far I understand.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yasir. Anybody else who would like to give some thoughts about assessment centered? Dr. Jamilah, ada baca Dr. Jamilah? Maybe you can share something, you can discuss.
I read on knowledge centered. Sorry.
Tapi your thoughts about assessment centered, if you want to say
Uh,
something.
well, from what I briefly read on assessment centered, it would be something on basically you assess the students. I was thinking of ongoing assessment. It's formative rather than summative assessments. And those assessments are not only for grades or marks, but really to test on the students' knowledge, what they have understood so far, what they can apply. And the assessments, they have to be meaningful in a sense that, you know, it's not only about hearts or lots. It's more on, you know, how they can actually use the knowledge. That's
Okay.
that's my thought on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jamilah. Perhaps Dr. Danish, you may want to share something, or Prof. Danish, is it? Do you have any idea, any thoughts about assessment centered? Or we have Dr. Nordiana here. Do we have Dr. Nordiana here? Ni ada 2-3 workshop serentak ni, ada setengah orang ni kan. Tak apalah, it's okay. Understanding. I understand. Anybody else would like to share something about assessment centered? You can unmute your microphone. Dr. Safiah, are you here?
Yes, Doctor.
Would you like to share something about it?
Right, so about the assessment center, okay, based on my thoughts, is the way to evaluate the students' performance actually. However, it's also based on how the educators deliver their knowledge and also the understanding of the student in the particular course.
Okay.
Yeah, in the practice in Malaysia, we are still use the assessments to evaluate the student, for example, examinations and also the coursework.
So what kind of difference that we could make? What do you think? What kind of difference that we could make to make sure that the students are being assessed fairly in that sense lah?
Right, so normally based on the practice, we have to ensure we have to actually identify the best parts of the assessment. For example, we have test and quiz. We are not definitely have to conduct both of that. So we have to divide in average in terms of the percentage of the, and also have to refer back to the BPK also, how to fulfill the PLO and CLO of the student achievements.
Okay, alright. Okay, so assessment centered ni, as you rightly can see here, is actually we're talking about reflecting the learning goals and aid student in getting feedback. The most important, and actually we do assessment, it's not about classifying the student who are doing good and who are doing bad. Okay, as you mentioned, as you have watched the video tadi kan, it's not about a matter of dividing. Okay, this is a good student, these are bad student. Whenever that we are doing assessment, we wanted our student actually to be able to reflect their punya learning goal. Have they achieved the goal that they want in their learning? And after that, they will be able to get immediate feedback. Can you actually, yes?
Doktor, ya, saya nak tanya, this
Dr.
assessment pun terbagi kepada dua. One
Mhm.
is coursework assessment, the other one is usually we do like exam kan.
Right.
But for the examination assessment, it's very difficult to tell whether the student is, especially online lah, whether the student is reflecting well on what they have learned.
Right.
So do you think that when we are moving, this is just my question, just to know what is your opinion about it. Bila kita ubah daripada offline ataupun face to face kepada online, do you think that we should have more additional, you know, coursework ataupun adakah kita kena tukar cara bertanya soalan tu juga?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So bila kita sebut tentang assessment center tadi, we want to make sure that the students ni is getting the feedback on their performance. Okay. So sometimes kita sebenarnya we are very, I think in the past as you can see lah, kita sebenarnya we are very stuck. Kita start dengan structure of assessment. Assessment should either be a test, should be only a quiz ataupun assignment ataupun exam. Okay. And exam, it has to be a written examination. So we need to ask ourselves again, sebenarnya when we give them the written examination, are we actually be able to measure the learning outcome, the intended learning outcome yang kita dah specify tu. Yang kita specify awal-awal tu, can we really obtain that? For example, like if we ask the students to make some kind of comparison studies lah, it's a comparison studies. Do you think that a written examination is sufficient for that, ataupun sebenarnya they need to make some kind of demonstration so that they can make some kind of comparison, for example? So these are the things that we need to ask ourselves lah, whether it is still a valid kind of assessment. So tak semestinya all of the things that we want to achieve, that we spell out in our learning outcome, can be achieved by written examination. Even actually, in our physical class, if let's say we don't have this pandemic and we conducting physical class, and we conduct written examination, okay, written examination, closed book written examination, the highest level that the student can achieve of the closed book written examination ni is up to level 4 saja, C4, which is analysis punya level. That's the highest. So kalau kita spell out dalam kita punya learning outcome, students should be able to make judgment, comparison, all those kind of thing. We are not be able to measure so by just giving them a written examination. So perhaps we need to be thinking more on open-ended kind of assessment. Open-ended, which should allow the students to go through books, for example, give them maybe additional few days in order for them to come up with the best output, for example. So these are the things that we have to bear in mind lah. Maksudnya kita tak boleh test student tu just directly based on our whatever that we are teaching them. But perhaps we may want to test the student with something that they be able to connect with, with additional knowledge.
I rasa macam asking them, okay, there's this trade-offs lah. What I notice is that me and some of my colleagues, when we ask them to do like presentation, right? So when we take away the exam part, katalah contoh test, and then we katalah kita tukarkan kepada something macam presentation ataupun kita adjust sedikit rubrics tu untuk add in presentation, yang ni, this is when they take it more seriously sebab dia tahu dia kena present. So dia tak boleh cakap grandmother stories kan. So they take it a bit more serious. But the trade-off is that it has to be done in group work kalau you ada big class. So you cannot be listening to each student present kalau ada 100 orang satu kelas, 80 pun susah. So yang itulah trade-off yang I'm having some, not confusion but a little bit of challenge lah with that.
Yeah, I agree. Sebab that's why saya pun sendiri masa mengajar last time when managed to teach in 2 years during the pandemic situation, I encourage more towards what we call as teamwork lah. Tapi not necessarily all the time presentation. So I think presentation pun is quite taxing lah actually whenever that you want to listen for presentation. But most of it is a bit more complex kind of assignment that I give to them. But it's a team based punya assignment, and the students need to do peer rating, and it's not only like macam one off punya assignment, it's actually a continuous punya grouping activities. So grouping tu daripada awal lagi saya dah set dah. Maksudnya it's kind of cooperative punya approach. Daripada awal semester there is some kind of team building take place, and after that the activities, the discussion, even the breakout activities involve the same groups. So those are the things that what I do just to make sure that the students are gel up. And whenever that I give the problem is much more of a complex problem that one or two students cannot solve them, but it has to be everybody need to regularly meet and discuss and share with me some outputs lah. And of course, the output, as I said lah, not only presentation lah. Maybe presentation towards the end, kan, for example. So that's something that you, of course, something that you can trade off. The most important part is actually we have to ask ourselves, by doing this, are we meeting our outcomes or not? Are we meeting our intended outcomes or not? So that is actually very important. And by doing this, does the students getting the feedback or not? Because sometimes whenever that we focus too much on the summative punya assessment, the feedback only, the students only get the feedback only towards the end. Only towards the end. Bila dia dah jawab test, dapat markah semua, baru dia tahu, oh, apa yang dia buat salah. So the most important part is actually we want to encourage a lot of formative assessment here. Okay, formative assessment for which whenever that the students are learning, they got immediate feedback while in the discussion, while they are in class. So that is very important why we conduct, why we need to have the assessment centered in our element here. Okay, another one is what we call as community centered. Community centered, anybody have a read about community centered? Want to share something? Ataupun, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Gan from School of Computer Sciences.
Yes,
so I'm representing group number 6. So we discussed about community-centered learning. So for this learning approach, the moderator will ensure that students will be learning and sharing their thoughts together. Okay, so for example, instead of giving individual assignments, this is done through group assignments or activity. I think as like what we are doing right now, where we were divided into breakout rooms and then perform discussion in smaller groups and then come back and present our outcome of our discussions. Okay, so this actually create a rooms for students to be more confident, perhaps because of a smaller number of participants, and to conduct it encourage them to conduct discussion among themselves. And somehow I think it also instills some peer pressure or peer motivation, and less boring, okay, compared to just listening to the talks or lecture. Yeah. So other than that, I think with these settings, lecturer can be also get to be part of the community, and this actually enforce closer ties between the instructor and the students. Yeah. So this is a very positive environment. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gan. Even though it's being done online, right? Anybody would like to add something about this?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, Dr. Razif.
Right, okay. I write on the community center, and I agree with the previous speaker said. In fact, I think the community center here refer to actually students, peers, and also the moderator or the knowledge provider. And the interesting thing about learning is that quite often we find that learning is a very lonely exercise, you know. In fact, because you tend to, because you are tackling information, and then you want your brain to solve certain things to make you understand. So one of the best way to share the burden is having friends around, especially especially student peers, because when you have your peers around you, you don't feel that lonely. The fact is that because you know that nobody is perfect, that's for sure. Nobody knows everything under the sun, right? So, so peers and the role of the moderator is very important over here, because as an educator, if you are providing assignment or workouts for the students, you actually more or less know what to expect. But the whole idea is that you want them to think in group and helping each other. And this move is actually, it encourages a window of empathy and camaraderie, which is very, very important in human social environment, especially when you are learning. However, there are also individuals who prefer to learn alone. There are. there are cases, because the more hits, the more confusion it creates, you know.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
So
there
that's
are
why
those.
you need friends.
Yes, yes. So these are the things that I think it's the community centered in this sense. It's very useful, and it's in fact it's very, very important, because sharing is one of the wonderful experience that you get in life, because it provides some kind of gratification, and then internal gratification, and then
Right.
for me it's intangible quality that one has, and one has to advocate throughout their learning process.
Right.
That's my view. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Okay, that's very that's very important. For example, like when you want to make sure that the learning happen, as I think Prof. Razif highlighted just now, it's gonna be a lonely learning. Sometimes learning is lonely, and it needs to be empowered when you have friends or when you have peers and you have instructor as part of the community as well. And I think it's rightly pointed by Dr. Gan as well. Whenever that we want to make sure that the students are learning, the learners are learning, they need to feel belong to a community, right? So maybe perhaps the question that I would like to throw to us is actually how can we create a community inside our class, for example, inside our online class, so that the students are motivated to learn. Perhaps anybody would like to share your ideas, how best that we can do this?
Um, um, Maybe I would like to share. I'm not sure whether that would
Sure,
be
sure, sure.
in
No,
this
that's okay.
center. Okay, I have a course that will involve a project where involves interaction, because I have the student to form a groups. And because this is an empirical based assignment, so the students are going to work in a group as a team. So, and that will facilitate they need to discuss in order to get their answer. And they are not only discussing within themselves, but also they are going to involve discussion with me as well as a group. Okay, and normally, because sometimes I do not really give them the direct answer, so but I'll guide them to the answer, so that in order for them to further explore that also to enhance their self-learning ability. And of course, they need a lot of time is the learning via interactions. They need to work as a group, as a team. It's not just merely a group, but as a team that where everybody cooperate and everybody try to achieve the objective of the course, the project. So, and yeah, that is a very challenging part, because however, there are some students who are not active. So, and of course, normally they have a leader in that particular group. And so maybe the group leader will tell me, and then I will see how I can chip in. Of course, I will guide the leader in terms of how to resolve it within the group. And I found that this kind of community-centered learning is very effective, because it allows the student to explore more by linking what they have learned, because it's not only the knowledge that they have learned from the lecturers or learned from the friends of the textbook, but it also enables them to link what they have learned with the what is happening out there. So, and that's the very challenging. In fact, I do admit that that's a very challenging project that involve that where the student linking what they learn and what is happening out there, because it's an industrial analysis. Yeah,
Right.
that's so I feel that it's very interesting. Of course, very challenging. The limitation is because I need to have an individual discussion, and it's not only one time off. It could be 2-3 times discussions. It take up a lot of my time, and also it vary from one group to another because of their different level of their background and their knowledge. So that is the challenging part. And but however, by discussing as a group, whether within themselves or within themselves and me, they will learn through via this interactive learning. So, and I believe that when you have them to look to learn it on their own, the impact on the memory will be much more, I would say, stronger as compared to what they learn from the lecturers. It's basically after the exam, they forgot everything. So I feel that that will be much more effective. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. I think very interesting reflection that you have made when you have conducted the session with your students. I agree with you. It takes your time. So that's why when we always talk about this online learning, tipu lah kalau kita kata we just say that no, it's just similar as what we do in physical learning. Is different. It's a different experience. It takes a lot of preparation for us to do, and it takes a lot of planning whenever that we want to make sure that the students are really learning effectively. Okay, and perhaps but then doing that as part of the community centered activities that will allow the students to learn better. For example, like if let's say I'm just talking here all by myself, I may also not learning something. For example, like Dr. Lee, when Dr. Lee shares something, then I say, okay, I learned something from what she shared in the discussion. I think that's the spirit that we want to cultivate among our students, and so that the students can really start to feel that okay, my source of learning is not only from my lecturer, but I can actually construct my own knowledge throughout the experience that I face when I discuss with my friends, when I do activity with my friends, when I do project with my friends. So those are the things that we really want, especially when we are conducting this online learning, because we want to make sure that the students are not only learning whenever that they attend the online learning class, but whenever they are doing something else, okay, whenever they're at home, whenever they are reading books or whatever it is always some knowledge get connected to them. That's where actually we can build up the skills that we really intend so. Okay, so thank you very much for that explanation. But as you
But
can see,
let me add in. I think the online for this community, learning is less effective as compared to face physical. Because when come to face, the whole group are be there in my office to facilitate the discussions. And whereas with online, initially that I have them to on the video, but towards the end I give up. So when I'm not sure to what extent they actually involved in the discussion. So I believe that the effectiveness will be greater if we have a face-to-face interactions. Yeah, that's one that and
agree.
also it's subject to the numbers of, we have limitation in the in this kind of interaction because it took out a lot of times. Yeah, in terms of number
Agree.
of student enrolled. Thank you.
I agree. I agree. As rightly pointed out, that actually we if we really have a look at how we have conducted physical class before and we are now doing online, of course we cannot make sure that the online too is at par with what we're doing physically, because that's why it is there are things that we can do in physical class much better than we are doing it online. And but because we are forced to do it online, we either have to spend extra time for it. That's number one, and we have to actually take into account of so many other factors that cannot simply match with what we have done in physical classes. But still, again, we want to make sure that our students are cognitively engaged. I think that's the challenge that we have to bring in mind lah. So when dear Dr. Alicia said, could you share the strategies we could use online to create community of learners? There's a lot of things that we could do. Sometimes it has to go through some kind of try and error. I think some of you maybe you have figured out like, okay, I need to create a WhatsApp group, a Telegram groups, for example, among the students, and you want the students to actually participate in that kind of discussion. Most of the time, do you have a problem with the student who actually PM tepi you because they want to understand about something? I think that's a common problem that we always face. The students feel shy actually to ask question in the Telegram groups or in the WhatsApp group. They would rather ask you aside. Perhaps those are the rule setting that we should have in the first place. That's number one. Second one is actually maybe you can also, in order for you to encourage more of community engagement, community of learners ni, you may want to gamify the experience as well. That's also one thing possible. Gamify ni selalu, usually in the past people are using gamification for individual learning, but it gives some kind of disadvantage for them because only certain people just compete with each other. Those who are actually at the bottom will stay at the bottom. But If let's say you are doing some team-based gamification, perhaps that would encourage of more of a community punya engagement, because the student feel they are connected to their own team and they want to make sure that the team wins, for example, certain kind of activities or games that you have conducted with them. That is also one of the strategies that you could use, you could try lah. Next week I'll be actually having hybridize your teaching with flip cooperative learning punya session, but it's one whole day punya session. So I will explain much more lah, if let's say how can we develop team-based punya activities, engage with them, so that it will be more community-centered. Okay, but would community-based learning compromise the cognitive learning requirement? Not really, actually. The community should actually encourage the cognitive learning, because as we found out just now, for example, if let's say kalau the information just only come from my side, okay, just now the activities that we're doing, for example, the information come from my side, maybe I'm not going to cover everything. But when you start to see that there is some kind of activities, the breakout activities, all of you have discussed, and then lepas tu give opinions, and then you come back, and then when I call some of you, not all of you, right? Some of you to share your idea or outputs, there's different things that coming out. Then there's different things that we actually start to get connected. And I think for those who actually listen to the discussion, and then when you compare with the reading, what you have in the reading, individual reading in the first place, and then when you come to the discussion, you start to be able to cognitively connect, okay, cognitively connect with the discussion points with whatever that you read. So it expand your idea about whatever that you read just now. Okay, so that's why community centered is something that you may want to nurture. You want to make sure that it is happening inside your online class. But in order to learn something like math, would you not require a lot of assessment centered learning and knowledge centered? Okay, what I'm trying to tell you here is, in order for you to make sure that the learning happen, okay, make sure that learning happen, you must not pick only one of these. You must make sure that all of this happening at one time in your class. Okay, all these 4 lenses must be there in one go to make sure that the learning happen. It doesn't mean that contohnya, okay, I'm going to do today, I'm going to do community learning. No, not like that. What I'm trying to highlight here is that these particular lenses telling you, okay, that you need to have all of these 4 to make sure that the learning happen. So for example, whenever that we teach students something new, it must be of knowledge centered. So how do we teach students new information, new knowledge? So we take into account knowledge centered. Okay, and then whenever that we want to teach the student, we must also take account into learner centered. Okay, and then after that, we're going to look at assessment centered as well as community centered. All of these 4 must be there. Sometimes or many times, one of the lenses will be prioritized. Even you use all 4 undeniably. It depends actually. So if let's say you can make a checklist, for example, like if you decide to do some kind of activities, does these 4 lenses ada ke tak ada? If let's say it is there, then you're good to go. Ataupun contohnya, if let's say you want to innovate some kind of new pedagogy lah, for example, you want to use one or new pedagogy. So whenever that you want to do that, try to check whether all of these lenses ada ke tak ada in your teaching and learning punya activities tadi. If it ada, then you good to go. You maybe try, you can do that. And of course, some of the thing maybe is much more bigger compared to others. That's not a big problem. As long as you make sure that all of these 4 are there. Okay. So that is actually about how people learn framework lah. It's actually a guideline, a guiding principle for us to make sure that whenever that we conduct some kind of teaching and learning activities, it has to be there inside our activity study ni. Bila kita discuss, we talk about instruction, we need to have some activities, we check. Okay, does it happen? Does it happen? For example, right now lah, I'm giving you an example about the activities that we do just now. Okay, does the knowledge centered happen? Ada ke tak? Okay, maybe perhaps there is a discussion. Maksudnya bila saya introducekan how people learn ni, how actually that we connect with the previous information. Does it have? Do we have that? Okay. The learner centered. Okay. How do we do the grouping, for example? Learner centered, mungkin my background just now macam saya cakap lah, mungkin tak semua akan participate. So I need to make a breakout to maybe more than 4. Kalau saya buat 4, nanti saya kena ada juga yang tak akan participate because I know this is the learner punya background macam tu kan. And then assessment centered. Does the feedback, giving feedback is happening just now? Yes, because the activity you have to read first individually, and then you enter the breakout, and then you are discussing among yourself. And after that, I give some kind of closure. Okay, I give some kind of closure. So there is some feedback being given. So some formative assessment happened just now. And then is there any activity of community centered? Yes, because there is a breakout, there is a discussion, and then there is a discussion after that. So that is actually fulfilling all these 4 lenses together. So nampak tak? Maksudnya even a small activities yang kita buat, simple and small activities macam kita buat just now pun, sebenarnya is fulfilling all these kind of 4 lenses. Instead of just, I can just simply bagi lecture je on this particular slide, betul tak? I can just share and talk about it again and again, more and more about it. But does the understanding that you get from the lecture alone is the same like when you are actually discussing and reading and discussing about it? Perhaps that makes some difference in it lah. Okay. So this question, so we need to be mindful when we are in online environment, how we navigate through the class, since we may need to be flexible to ensure that learning actually happens in the end. I think you got it. Yes. Flexible. Yes. And we have to come into our sense. Sebenarnya bila kita nak buat sesuatu benda, again, we come back to our outcomes. What actually that we intend to do. For example, like for this particular learning session, what is actually my outcome that I want to achieve? So from that, baru kita fikir, okay, apa activity, what kind of activities that I should do inside this class to make sure that the students get it. I think those are the things that we have to take in mind from time to time. It's not just simply macam auto cruise. Sometimes people can be auto cruise, for example, like, okay, I'm going to repeat the same thing over and over again. I'm going to repeat the lecture. I'm going to do the same techniques again and again. So that is not healthy in teaching and learning. What we have to do is actually every time that we want to teach something, we know the background of the students, we know about what are the things that we want in our outcome, then we start to design our activities and make sure that the activities that we design to fulfilling all these 4 lenses. Okay? So based on our if you really look at this diagram kan, the cone of learning ni, if we just do activities, for example, we just give lecture here, okay? Perhaps after 2 weeks, maybe we can remember only 5%. And then if let's say we start to do the reading, hearing words, or ask the student to see something, perhaps they can only recall after 2 weeks 10% of what they read, 20% of what they hear, 30% of what they see. But when we ask the students, okay, to participate more, for example, like involved in the discussion, possibly giving a talk, teaching others, for example, teaching others can lead up to 90% because they are doing the real thing ataupun conducting a hands-on workshop, they will remember 90% of what we say and do more after 2 weeks. So this is something that you can recall back in your experience, something that you really learn, kan? Meaningful experience. When I asked the question just now about meaningful experience, you start to realize that actually, yes, I can remember until now because it involved me on doing hands-on, because I'm doing the real thing, because it's simulating the real experience, ataupun because I have been tasked to teach others. So that's why I remember the most. If you can recall as well, the knowledge that we teach right now, kan? When you learn before, perhaps you may not understand as much as what we are teaching right now. Okay, contohnya kita teach macam tadilah contoh subjek thermodynamics. I think when I was a learner, learning thermodynamics was difficult for me. But when I was a teacher, oh, it's not that difficult because I'm teaching others. So we want to repeat the similar experience to our student actually. We don't want them, takkan nak tunggu sampai jadi lecturer or teacher only then they are good at teaching, right? They are good at that particular knowledge. But why not we try to replicate that experience so that we make them become teachers while they are still a student, for example. That will make them remember more, right? So that is actually, so that's why you can see that the idea of active learning, okay, is to make sure that the students are cognitively engaged while doing the real thing or while simulating ataupun while doing the hands-on. So this is where actually we can make sure that the students are active and then cognitively engaged. But if let's say we just give a lecture, for example, ataupun kita just bagi task untuk dia read saja, baca saja without further discussion, without making sense of what they read in their team, for example, maybe the information that they read is only about 10% of what they will actually get it. They will only remember about 10% of what they read. Okay? Actually kalau kita tengok daripada Edgar Dale, the source is Edgar Dale 1960. Okay. So this is similar to actually when we relate, I'm trying to relate the cone of learning tadi dengan with the Bloom taxonomy. Okay. So if you could recall actually daripada the cone of learning, alright, the students, if let's say we just allow the students to go for listening, lecture, reading, hearing words whatsoever, they will only get only at the bottom part of the Bloom taxonomy ni, which means that they only get the low order thinking skills punya the skill here. But when you start to make sure that the students are actually doing hands-on, they are discussion, they are actually be able to when they are doing the real things, this is where actually we be able to bring the students to a higher level of Bloom taxonomy tadi. So that's why it is very important to make sure that it comes to constructive alignment here, which means that whenever that we have a learning outcome and we have the assessment, our teaching and learning activity study must be reinforced to make sure that the students be able to achieve the outcome that we want. Okay, so this everything here must be aligned to each other. Okay, but of course we have a problem when we try to engage with the student. One of the problem is actually most of it is lack of response by most of the students, because students may only respond 50% of the time when the whole class was questioned. And then they refuse to ask questions, for example. For example, like the students, 60% of the students refuse to ask questions in class. Okay. And then domination by few students, maybe only 3 to 4 students only answering this to you, okay, when you ask question. So how do we make sure that, okay, all students are participating in the class activities and higher cognitive engagement via in-class activities? These are the things that we need to do to make sure that the students are learning. Okay. So what we have to do, that's why we conduct what we call as active learning tadi. Okay. So what is actually active learning? So kalau kita tengok tadi, we know that we need, in order for us to move forward, is actually we need to conduct what we call as student-centered learning. Okay. So student-centered learning, they are the spectrum. It has a spectrum of it. And they are actually moving ada spectrum yang highly extreme towards student-centered. And they are also instructor-centered. Okay, a little bit instructor-centered. Kalau chalk and talk tu actually kan cakap seorang-seorang apa semua tu, ini dia tak masuk dalam spektrum ni lah. Tapi when it actually start to involve the students in the scene, okay, then we can have what we call as active learning. Okay, and then kalau we highly make the students participate in it, then we can go to a highly student-centered, is what we call as problem-based learning and so on lah. So dalam spektrum ni, we have active learning, collaborative learning, cooperative learning, problem-based learning and so on, right? This active learning, for example, there is still lecture coming in, okay? You can still conduct a lecture, but there is an active participation among the students. Okay, this is where actually active learning comes in. Okay, which means that there are certain activities in between just to make sure that the students are still there with you. Okay, so that's the idea of doing active learning. But if let's say you want, but active learning is only for us to promote the critical thinking. That's the only thing that we can do. But when you start to think about promoting teamwork skills, promoting problem solving, for example, active learning may not be suitable. So we need to move into a different kind of highly student-centered activities. For example, if let's say we are thinking about teamwork skills, then perhaps we should consider doing cooperative learning. If let's say we are thinking about problem solving skills, and maybe you want to develop empathy, some kind of values and so on, maybe you start to consider problem-based learning. Okay, so this is where actually it depends on what is our intended outcome that we want to do. Only then we decide what kind of pedagogical approach that suits with us. Kita bukan buat pedagogical approach tu when we pick the pedagogical approach tu bukan kita pick saja based on okay, I think I'm good at this, I'm just want to continue with this. It's not like that. Ataupun contohnya macam okay, I just want to try problem based learning lah in my class. Tapi when you look at your outcome, it's just a very low order thinking skills punya outcome. So problem based learning may not be suitable for your class because it may not be constructively aligned. So that's why it is very important for us to be to remember about constructive alignment. Whatever that we put as the outcome and whatever that we put as the assessment, it must be aligned with our instruction or activities. So right now, if let's say our aim just to make sure that the students are cognitively engaged, active learning is a sufficient tools that we can use just to make sure that the students are engaged with us throughout our online classes. Why we are doing active learning? If you can look at this particular graph, can you identify which one is Susan, which one is Robert? Boleh nampak kan? So kalau Susan, this is Susan, the red one, and the blue one is Robert, right? So when we are doing more learning activities, becoming more active, the idea is actually we can close the gap between Robert and Susan tadi. So we can make sure that the Susans can still continue to perform, but at the same time, we are also help Roberts to get to be cognitively engaged with us. So that's the idea of cognitive engagement. Okay. Alright. So active learning ni, one of the approach that we can use in active learning is we call it as using bookends model. Okay. Siapa pernah dengar bookend model ni? Bookend model ni is actually, katalah kita ada 1 jam kelas. Alright. If let's say we have 1 hour punya class, before we start with our lecture, what we can do is what we call as advanced organizing activities. Advanced organizing activities. And then in between of the lecture, we can have a break for a while just to do some kind of activities. And then after that, kita continue balik dengan lecture. And then we can stop again with another activities. And then we can continue again with our lecture. And finally, we can have a summary or closure with maybe some other activities. Okay. What I'm telling you here is that advanced organizing bukanlah maksudnya kita buat macam kita bagi lecture. Tapi also there are some techniques that we can use to make sure that the students are participating inside the class. Okay. So let me bring you to these three item lah. One is advanced organizer. The second one is intermittent discussion. And the third one is closure lah. So why it is very important to give advanced organizer is because kalau according to David Ausubel ni, okay, he mentioned that the most important single factor influencing learning is what the learner already knows, ascertain this and teach him accordingly. What does it mean here is that we need to influence, in order for a learner to learn new things, we need to actually associate that with what the learner already knows, what he or she already knows, and we need to ascertain this and we can teach them accordingly. So perhaps we can watch a video, another video that I'm going to show you here. Why is it important to determine prior knowledge in learners? Okay, let's have a look on the video, and perhaps we can start to make sense about how do we learn new things, what is actually solo taxonomy is all about, and what matters most in learning. Okay, boleh kita tengok video sekarang.
Since we were talking about activation, I'd like to activate you, the viewer, using the following puzzle. Please consider the following numeric transcription system, where 1 is written like this, 2 like this, and so forth. I'll give you 10 seconds. Now I'd like you to write down, say, the last 5 digits of my office phone number, 18725, in this numeric system.
We Homo sapiens are quite bad at memorizing 7 plus minus 2 pieces of random information in our short-term memory.
Now suppose I showed you the following grid. As you can see in this number system, 1 is at the top left corner and hence written like this, whereas, for example, 8 is at the bottom and hence written like this. Now you can probably write anything using this silly number system for the next 65 years.
The point is that we as humans learn by associating new and unknown information with old and known information, or that we build new information on top of old information. In this case, it was easy. We simply exploited that you all knew a certain geometric shape, the grid symbol, and the numeric layout of a conventional telephone. But when teaching semantics, or be clear what the students know or how they know it.
The point is that knowledge is constructed as a result of the learner's activity. This is in sharp contrast to the old, now abandoned idea that knowledge is transmitted from a teacher to a passive learner. Transmission is not the way humans learn. Learning takes place through the active being. It is what he does that he learns, not what the teacher does.
Okay, sebelum saya proceed with the video, I think I would like you to take this quote. Take this quote. It's very important quote since 1949. Learning takes place through the active behavior of the student. It is what he does that he learns, not what the teacher does. So macam mana kita sebenarnya nak jadikan student ni as active learner? That's also something, a question that we have to take into our consideration.
However, activation itself is not enough. We also need a theory of understanding to take into consideration how students are activated. Professor John Biggs has such a theory. The solo outcome distinguishes 5 levels according to the cognitive processes required to obtain them. The lowest level in the taxonomy, level 1, is known as the prestructural level, at which the student has no understanding, uses irrelevant information, and/or misses the point altogether. Level 2 is known as the unistructural level, where a student one relevant aspect only. Here the student has the competence to identify, to do a procedure, and/or to recite.
A cow is when you're milking.
A student
A
student can now link and integrate several parts into a coherent whole. Details are linked to conclusion, and its meaning is understood. He has the ability to relate, to compare, to analyze, and so on.
The essential difference, not more milk, but a substantial
level, the extended abstract level, a student has the capacity to generalize the structure beyond the information given, and even produce new hypotheses or theories which may then be scrutinized.
Cattle, or kai, are domesticated ungulates, a member of the subfamily Bovinae. And it seems to me that humans must have been the root cause for the diversification of cattle, because they were selected for different genetic.
We could have composition, the usual semicolon operator, and then we'll have an if then else construct and...
Wait, is that a colon or a semicolon?
Okay, right. So, what can you reflect from the video just now? Maybe you can share some thoughts in the chat. What do you think?
Enough information from the students for
How
us
do you
to
profile it, especially online lah kan? Okay, okay,
yes.
right. And tak apa, nanti saya try address that one. Anybody else in term of like what is your actually what when you watch the video, what actually that you realize? Anything that you realize tak? Macam Dr. Razif sini, levels of reflection and comprehension. Okay. What are the things that you feel macam cognitively engaged with this video? Ada something new that you feel that macam okay, this is something that I can do something out of this, for example. Okay. So if we really actually if you watch the video, if you ada term tadi kan dia kata knowledge is not knowledge cannot be learned through transmission. Okay, transmission maksudnya kalau tengok tadi kan bila the lecturer tu dia bercakap, the professor is talking about a ball, but different student when they just listen to it, their understanding could be different. They may think that okay, this look like a chicken, for example, instead of a ball. So that is why actually transmission of knowledge is not the way how the students could learn. And the only way that they could learn better is through the active behavior, which means that they need to do active construction of knowledge from that. Okay. And then in order for us to understand, how we can actually classify, for example, like it's not really a matter of we can classify the students according to dia punya learning abilities, for example. And Dr. Syahirah tadi dia punya concern is that how can we do this online, for example. So that's why bila ada solo taxonomy ni, I always use this. I always use solo taxonomy as part of my rubric development. Okay, as part of my rubric development. That's why it is very important whenever that we want to test the student. Even actually kalau tak online pun sebenarnya, saya sangat suka test dengan student with the what we call that open book or as open-ended punya assessment. Okay, because open-ended assessment, that is where actually you can see the level of the students. For example, some of the students, if let's say it is a close-ended, for example, like close-ended, they only get one answer, they can easily copy from each other, right? But if let's say you start to give them an open-ended assessment and you give the right rubric to them, then only then you can start to see whether your students, which particular level that they are right now. Are they a deep learner? Are they a surface learner? Okay, so this is something that could help you to actually make kind of a profiling. Even actually, for example, like if let's say you ask them to do some kind of reflection, that is also one way that you can observe whether your students are deep enough in understanding what actually that you're teaching them, or they are just at the surface level. So that's why I feel that by using solo taxonomy ni is one of the way that we really can make sense about our students, punya level. Okay, so for example, like if let's say the students, whenever that you ask them about something, they're not sure about it, then they are actually at this level, pre-structural level. If let's say you ask the students, but they can only give one idea, or maybe they can just only classify it, for example, they are actually at this level, which is what we call as surface understanding. But when the students start to make a connection, for example, like when they start to give example, when they start to connect with the things that you never teach them in the first place, but they be able to connect it, and that is where actually the students start to reach into what we call as a deep understanding. Okay, so and the idea right now, if we want to really convert the robot to become Susan, okay, so we have to make sure that their cognitive there is a cognitive engagement that is happening inside our class. There is always a place for them to keep thinking about something. There are always opportunity for them to say things out. Because if let's say you don't provide that kind of avenue inside our class, you will not expect, be able to expect them to reach that depth of understanding whenever they are answering our doing the assessment later on, because we have not trained them in the first place when we are conducting the session with them. So that's why it is very important to do active learning inside the class, and to make sure that there is some kind of engagement or discussion taking place during the classmate activities. But of course, the discussion, kalau if let's say you are conducting with 86 participants right now, of course, I cannot ask everybody to unmute microphone and say things out. And of course, if let's say I ask a question to you, for example, Dr. Nur Huda, tolong jawab soalan saya, for example. Of course, what do you feel at that time? You akan rasa macam agitated kat? Tiba-tiba, alamak, kenapa nama aku kena sebut, for example? Why I have to ni? When actually you are not ready. So how to make sure that the students are ready whenever that their name is being called to say something out? So that is actually the technique of active learning that I would like to share with you afterwards. Okay. So when it comes to organizing just now, there are what we call as intermittent discussion, and then finally with closure, kan? So intermittent discussion ni, kenapa kita kena ada intermittent discussion is where actually the students, to make sure that students are actively involved in the material being presented, and then we can give feedback to the student. It's an opportunity for them to give feedback, to receive feedback from classmate, or immediate feedback from the instructor lah. And why we're doing so is because we want to make sure that the students are still connected with us, stay focused with us. Contohnya, kalau if let's say we just going to give lecture all the time, and then percentage of retention will be very, very low lah afterwards, okay? But if let's say we start to give some kind of active exercises or breaks in between, this is where actually the students will be staying focused with us lah. That's the idea of having the intermittent discussion. So this is also part of what we call as scaffolding activities to support student learning. Okay, when we talk about active learning just now, one of the technique that I would like to share with you is what we call as think, pair and share. Pernah dengar tak? Siapa pernah dengar think, pair and share activities? Kalau boleh komen dekat chat, ada yang pernah guna tak think, pair and share activities? So think, pair and share activities ni is one of the active learning punya approach. Okay, one of the active learning punya approach. Instead of kita tadi contohnya kita tanya soalan, for example like we put a question. Okay, for example like I have a question right now here lah. What is scaffolding? What is a scaffolding to your understanding? And then I terus tanya, Dr. Uy, can you please answer this? Of course, Dr. Uy is not ready. They're not ready. Okay. Or maybe Dr. Parvati, can you please answer this? Of course, she's not ready right now to answer this question. But if let's say right now I say, okay, there is a question. What is scaffolding to your understanding? I'm going to give you the next 30 seconds for you to think the answer. Okay, maybe you can. Okay, now we pause about 30 seconds. Let's go and find the answer. Okay, katalah habis 30 seconds. Can you ask straight away? Not really juga. Okay, now what we have to do, okay, teams, students, I would like you to join the breakout session that I make you ready for the next 5 minutes. Okay, please discuss with your team members. 3 or 4 of you discuss together and come out with answer. And after that, kita tutup session tu. Lepas 5 minutes, kita tutup session tu, kita panggil balik. Alright, now, Dr. Uy, what did you discuss with your team members? What do you understand from this? He or she need to answer because he's already participating in that discussion. Ataupun maybe you can ask Dr. Nur Hafizah, can you please answer me? What is the answer to this question? She probably could answer this straight away because it's already being discussed. So this is what we call as think, pair, share activities. Why is it why do we do so? Is because thinking is actually, when you do the thinking, is allow you to actually reflect, become a reflector. This is helping the reflective learner. Okay, when you are pairing up, for example, kalau dalam kelas is much easier. For example, because dalam kelas you can just ask them to turn to your partner and talk about it. Okay, and then kalau dalam session online ni, you need to break it out lah. Maksudnya you kena prepare breakout room, and a bit tedious, leceh sikit, tapi that's why the question that we want to throw tu pun something question yang lebih more open-ended, yang it promotes some kind of thinking lah, a higher thinking order tu, so that they can actually discuss among themselves. And then after that, they are pairing up ataupun duduk dalam group, discuss about it. And then after that, you close the group and then come back and ask them to share. So that sharing is where actually the opportunity for us to give feedback. Okay, kita tak nak contohnya macam think, pair, and then lepas tu kita move on. Tak boleh juga. It need to comes as a systematic way of doing so. Although it looks very simple, dia tak perlukan alat bantuan apa-apa. We just conduct, think, pair and share. But this is where actually one of the activities that could promote cognitive engagement tadi ni. It could promote the thinking process tadi, because if you remember, kalau kita tengok balik, even think, pair, share ni pun, there is what we call as ada element of how people learn dalam tu. Okay? Dia ada knowledge centered dia ada learner centered dia ada community centered there. They also have assessment centered there. Everything is there. Walaupun it looks like a very simple act. So think, pair, share is one example of active learning punya techniques. Okay? If you want to look at other active learning punya technique, saya dah share dekat Padlet tadi. There are actually roughly about 20, so that you can go through and then ada description about it. I'm not going to explain everything lah about the techniques, but you can pick and you can have a look, for example. Another way of doing it, for example, kalau contohnya kita nak support students in terms of reading, okay? Because you found that your students are not good at reading information or extract information from reading. So what we can do, macam contohnya saya bagi HPL punya tadi, saya pecah-pecahkan kan. That is being divided. One of you take one section, another one take one section, and so on. And after that, go into the breakout session, discuss about it, and come back. And then lepas tu, some of you try to explain and share something out of your findings. That is one of the way to support the reading. Okay. Or maybe you found that your students are not good at writing notes, for example. Ambil nota contohnya. So perhaps you can say to them, okay, for the first 15 minutes here, when I'm going to give you a lecture, I would like you to take notes. Okay? I would like you to take notes. And then after that, maybe after 10 to 12 minutes, 15 minutes, for example, okay, now, guys, I would like you to compare your notes with your partner, with your team members, for example. So maybe put them in the breakout, so everybody comparing notes. Lepas tu top up one of the notes together and perhaps summarize the best notes and then share with you. So that's how actually, those are the kinds of activities that we could do regularly during our lecture session, just to make sure that the students are cognitively engaged. And there are different techniques or different ways of doing that. So kalau contohnya macam if you be able to click on the link again, and then let's have a look. Saya bawa ke sini sekejap. Okay, so kalau lah kita tengok dekat sini, ada kat sini saya share, dia ada 20 actually for informal CL activities. And there are activities known as brainstorming, focus listing, opening question, introductory focus discussion pairs, and so on. So these are the things that you could do regularly inside your class as part of the active learning punya experience. Okay, active learning punya techniques. And this particular technique, kalau kita nampak sebenarnya, it is actually to make sure that the students be able to be support in terms of their learning tadi ni, be able to achieve the cognitive engagement. And the reason why also we are doing this is part of the scaffolding for their learning. Okay, so when we talk about scaffolding, okay, scaffolding ni contohnya, kalaulah saya bagi, for example like just now kan, I give a note to you, I give a text to you about how people learn. and I just said, okay, you can read it at home. Okay, and I expect you to understand about this, and I'm going to test you next week about your understanding. If let's say I'm doing that without having a discussion and so on, the students will be actually just maintaining at their punya what we call as individual level. Okay, but when we start to provide some kind of scaffolding or support for the students, this is where actually we'll be able to bring them to what we call as assisted level tadi. Okay, scaffolding, as you know, is a temporary punya structure. Kalau dalam civil engineering pun, dalam buat bangunan, if let's say we build a house, for example, we put scaffolding tu for a develop permanent building. After we have actually built up the permanent building, kita cabut that scaffold, right? Similarly, dalam learning, we have to make sure that whenever that we are teaching our students, we cannot simply assume that they know straight away based on what we tell them. This is where actually scaffolding comes in. So when we conduct active learning activities, for example, as simple as think, pair, share activities, for example, okay, when we are actually put them in the breakout session, when we actually discuss about it and give feedback, these are part of scaffolding activities. So scaffolding activities ni, okay, it is being used to make sure that the students are being supported to achieve dia punya learning experience. So if let's say we have an intended learning outcome, what we can do is actually we can design our activities as well as our assessment as steps for them to climb just to make sure that they achieve the intended learning outcome. So that's why sebenarnya bila kita buat active learning tadi, active learning bukanlah contohnya kita tanya soalan, do you understand or not? That is not active learning. Okay? Because the answer can be only yes or no. Lepas tu tanya, no kenapa? Kat mana tak faham semua contohnya kan. That's how I make mistake last time lah when I was a young lecturer masa-masa mula-mula masuk. Tanya soalan macam tu je kan. It's very close-ended. Do you understand or not? Ataupun kita tanya wholly directly kepada student untuk jawab soalan kita. Of course, the student sometimes maybe they are doing something else. Their brain is not connected yet. So that's why when we start to do all those kind of activities, we are bringing back the students to come to focus to what actually that we are lecturing them. Okay, so let me share a bit with you about another one example here about TAPS, thinking aloud pair problem solving. I'm going to share you this video, maybe sekejap je sebenarnya. So that this is also one of the example that we could do inside our class, just to make sure that the students are learning. Okay.
Developing problem-solving skills takes practice. Learning this skill will ensure students succeed in your class and beyond. Here's a technique to get them started. In Think Aloud Pair Problem Solving, or TAPS for short, students take turns solving problems aloud while a peer listens and provides feedback. Step 1. Identify required to reach a solution. Step 3. Identify potential solutions. Step 4. Choose the best solution. Step 5. Evaluate potential outcomes. Ask students to form pairs and explain the role of the problem solver and the listener. The problem solver reads the problem aloud and talks through their reasoning process. The listener helps their partner see gaps in their logic and offers suggestions without actually solving the problem themselves. Have students take turns being the problem solver and listener until all of the prompts are completed. At the end of the activity, have students report their best solutions to the class. TAPS improves basic problem-solving skills through structured practice with a peer. This technique leads students to develop thoughtful solutions in your class and beyond. Here at the K. Patricia Cross Academy, we encourage you to give Think Aloud pair problem solving a try in your class. Download our free support materials and step-by-step instructions to get started.
Okay. So, kalau kita tengok tadi, this is also another example lah that you can actually use inside our class. For example, kalau kita tengok dekat here, tabs is actually at number number 11. Nanti you can further go through. Ada juga information you can find from the YouTube. It's a bit time consuming but it's very powerful. This is always, and actually bila kita bagi soalan kat student, for example, like if let's say you can use tabs. For example, if let's say you give assignment to the student and you just want the students to actually to be really clear about the instruction of the assignment, you can also use this thinking aloud pairing problem solving. So we can assign when the students are in pair, one is problem solver and one is listener. And then the students will be able to say, okay, what is the requirement of this assignment? What is actually the way how, what is the problem that is, why this assignment, for example, and how best that they could deliver, he or she could actually solve this problem given by the assignment, for example. So when you give that aspect of the pair, and then after that, you can switch the role, ask the student to switch the role, kan? And then they be able to discuss it thoroughly until they be able to reach to the agreement lah, what is the best, how's the best that they could actually solve that particular assignment. So that is one of the powerful technique that we can use inside the class lah. Okay, but it's not only limited to that. Of course, there are plenty of it, and you can go through it lah. For example, another example here is pair testing. Kita bagi students take one or two of the course tests in pairs rather than individually, but you make the test harder, for example. Okay, so even in test pun kita boleh buat secara active learning punya approach. Okay. If you have any question, don't hesitate to ask. Boleh tanya soalan dekat sini. And the final part that we are supposed to do is what we call as closure. Okay, as part of closure. So dalam closure pun sebenarnya it's not only about we do the summary. It can also being done by the students. Okay, so student macam mana dia buat closure ataupun dia buat summary ni? Actually, what you can do, for example, that you can give a technique of 1 minute paper. For example, ask the students to reflect on what they learned today. They can just write on the paper. Ataupun the student can give you, for example, like write a question. Okay. Can you please write your muddy points? What you don't understand from this lecture? Just write it down. So when they write it down, okay, after that, you can ask them to share it with their team members, for example, and then pick only one question that you think very relevant that they need to ask you. So from that questions that they have developed individually, when they actually discuss with their friends, some of their friends can clarify any muddy things that they don't understand, and then they only come up with only one that they feel that, okay, no one of us could really actually answer this, and they bring it up to you. So you can use that as part of advanced organizing activities for the next session of the class. Okay, advanced organizing activities, what you can do, for example, you can do brainstorming. Can you brainstorming? For example, like you come up, you want to teach them a new things. Okay, you want to teach them about genetic, for example, the keyword genetic. Okay, guys, what do you understand about genetic? So brainstorm about it, for example. So you ask them to be in pair or three of them together and brainstorm. Choose one recorder and brainstorm about what does genetic means, for example. So this is the thing that we can do while actually before we start the class, before we start the lecture, and while doing the lecture, we can have some other activities. And before we ending our session as well, we can also have another closure session. So closure is because we want to make sure that the students be able to summarize what they are learning, and they be able to integrate the concept into existing conceptual networks, so that you can use the feedback that whatever that they give you, and you can bring it to the next session of the class. So that's how we can actually ensure that there is a continuity towards what they are learning from this week to the next session of the class. Okay. This is the last part of the video of how we can make Robert become like Susan. Okay.
In this particular...
Precisely, how do we get a student's activity to match our intention as a teacher?
The answer is constructive alignment. That is, to clearly state the learning objectives of the course in terms of the solar taxonomy, to make the exam measure precisely those and tell this to the students, and to choose appropriate teaching learning activities to train these skills and competences during the course.
The constructive alignment theory was developed by
Competences during the course.
The constructive alignment theory was developed by Professor John Biggs. Let's first have a look at an unaligned course. We have the teacher's intention, the student's activity, and the exam's assessment in play. The teacher has an intention. Let's suppose he wants the students to be able to explain, relate, prove, and apply. And now suppose the exam measures something else. For example, the ability to memorize and to describe. In this case, Robert will focus only on the skills required for the test, disregarding the teacher's intentions. This is called dealing with the test.
Of course, you can extend with as many operations as you like.
So, do we have to know about this for the exam? Okay, here's the thing. I know what they're asking, but I figure, and Jim also told me, that if I memorize the headlines and skip through the first chapters, I should be okay for the exam.
Now let's have a look at a teacher who has taken great care in making the exam explicitly conform to his intentions, so that the exam now measures the ability to explain, relate, prove, and apply. Here there is no shortcut for Robert. Whatever happens, he just ends up learning what the teacher is intending.
So these are the course objectives and also what you'll be expected to be able to do at the exam and what my exam will measure. Furthermore, this is what we're going to reflect upon during the course and what you'll be trained in doing during the entire course.
A level 3 teacher has a student learning focus. This is the highest level in John Biggs' 3 levels of thinking about teaching.
So now I'd like to give you 3 minutes to prepare.
Now we are in a position to actually define good teaching.
Exactly. Yes.
Good teaching is getting most students to use the higher level cognitive processes that the more academic students use spontaneously. Or you might say, teach so that Robert behaves like Susan.
Which is just one shorter than E.
Yeah, and then we prove it. Oh, yes, that's how we do it.
You did.
Okay, so so what's your thought about it? What's your reflection when you see this video? Apa sebenarnya mungkin that perhaps that we have not done in the past, but we have to do something just to make sure that these robots, okay? Because I know that most of the time that we have a problem in our class is always related to robots kan? Robots are not participating, robots are not engaging. When I ask questions, robots are not responding. So this is something that we want to use just to make sure that the robots can become like Susan lah. That is something that we can use. So that's why activities macam tadi kan, kalau tengok video tadi, dia kata I now let you to prepare a 3 minutes argument or something like that kan. So that the amount of time that we spend doesn't have to be a very long activities. I know that some of us have a tendency untuk, okay, let me give and talk for the next 1 hour, and then I'll be using another 1 hour for activities, for example. But what probably could go wrong with that? Okay, what probably could go wrong with, for example, like give 1 hour lecture non-stop and then 1 hour activities? Anybody can have some ideas? What do you think that could go wrong with that? And anybody have thoughts about it? Kalau dekat YouTube pun boleh komen saya akan baca kat sini. What do you think? kenapa apa yang tak kena if let's say we just conduct I'm going to conduct, dia kata I'm going to conduct active learning activities, but now I'm going to give 1 hour punya lecture first non-stop, and then I'm going to do 1 hour activities. Does anyone have any idea what will happen?
That is much, I think.
Pardon, Dr. Syairah? Tak over clear?
Okay, they will lose engagement lah. Selalunya yang
Yes.
intermittent tu lebih baik.
Correct. Maksudnya the student will get bored before the activities. Maksudnya dia dah lost in between the transition. Lepas tu dia bila dia buat activities pun dia tak dapat capture in term of what dia ni lah. 1 hours of isolated activity might divert elsewhere. That's also very true because sometimes less guidance, less facilitation, and then 1 hour can go many places. That's why sebenarnya bila kita nak buat activities, we need to be kita, of course, for me bila buat aktiviti online ni dia akan ambil masa lebih sikit berbanding dengan aktiviti kelas fizikal, because physical class for me usually when I spend about 3 to 5 minutes, sometimes I need to extend a little bit more, maybe sometimes up to 10 minutes, because satu nak bagi student clear the instruction, lepas tu nak masuk breakout, lepas tu nak keluar breakout balik, so it takes some time for adjustment. Lepas tu nak kena masuk breakout, sometimes bila dia masuk pun dia tak buka mikrofon dan semua lagi, tapi that is where actually our task lah. Kita kena melompat-lompat sikit, pergi ke bilik and then just to actually probe some questions and then start asking them to make discussion. Maybe 1 or 2 times. I think I have similar experience last time when I teach student dekat Unimed mula-mula first time tu. Bila buat breakout ni, saya masuk bilik ke bilik, senyap sunyi. There's no one to talk about it. No one is talking anything. And then lepas tu saya tutup bilik and then I call them back and I explain about what's the real motivation of doing this. And then lepas tu bila masuk balik, buat balik, probe balik, then it gets better. So of course, you will not expect first thing to be perfect in the first time. And when it is not part of the culture, memang susah kita nak develop. Tapi if you do it regularly, then the students will be having a better cooperation with you throughout the session. That's what I found lah. Okay. Right. So as I mentioned to you, have shared with you informal cooperative learning activities. Dia ada 20, but it's not limited to 20. There are more than that. Cumanya kalau nampak perasan ada tanda asterisk kat sini. So asterisk and double asterisk here. So the asterisk is actually meant for advanced organizing activities. So if you refer back to the Padlet link that I shared with you, asterisk tu you can use it for advanced organizing. And then the one without asterisk you can use as intermittent discussion in between. And then the one with double asterisk is actually something that you can use at the end of session as part of the closure. So we can also we can use this, okay, for our activities lah. Right. I think itu sajalah kot yang saya for my session in my in my sharing about active learning tadi. So maksudnya insyaAllah if let's say we do this regularly, as you can see that it is actually if you really want to make sure that the students are trained in terms of the cognitive punya part, we have to do it regularly. Kita kena macam kita panggil brain exercise lah. We cannot expect the first time that the students are actively engaged with you. But if you do it regularly, you motivate the students regularly, insyaAllah the students will be able to participate well and dia in term of dia punya cognitive level will be improved. Okay, cognitive punya engagement will be improved insyaAllah. So I think okay, jap. Saya nak minta last before we ended our session. It's already 1 o'clock. Ngam-ngam kita habis dekat pukul 1. Alhamdulillah. So that you can actually share your reflection about the session just now. What do you think about the session? What are the new knowledge that you learn? What are the things that you feel that you want to get to know more, for example? How do you relate your understanding before with what you got today? Please share with me. write down your reflection dekat Mentimeter. Okay. Boleh klik the link that I share with you dekat chat, ataupun you can also type menti.com and use the code 7465 6063. Okay. Try to actually elaborate a bit more. What do you think that, okay, this is something that I really learn. Saya pun selalunya saya bebel dekat student ni. Kalau contohnya tulis pendek-pendek ya contohnya kan. Sometimes you want to teach the student to clarify dia punya thinking. So try to extend a bit of your thoughts over there. Okay. Watch our teaching while we teach. Build community of teachers. What else that you learn? Apa lagi yang saya rasa macam, okay, this is something that I can, because actually the active learning ni is not something that you boleh use straight away actually. As I mentioned lah, maksudnya you don't need any new knowledge about it. You can just actually use the tools and then guna in your session. Be a student and to understand what active learning is all about. Student engagement increases student satisfaction, enhance student motivation to learn, reduce the sense of isolation, and improve student performance in online courses. Formative and reflective. Okay. What else that you feel? You can also type dekat chat. If let's say you want to type dekat chat, the 4 lenses require mastery to dabble and balance it to achieve OBE. Okay. Feeling motivated to conduct my lecture. How to get students to be more engaged by having activities in between short 10 to 15-minute lecture session. Okay, insyaAllah. Very useful session. Managed to identify many of my weaknesses while teaching in classroom. It's important to know what and how students learn. Okay, like the idea of taps, think, pair, and share. I think engagement, as you say, is very important. I like the idea of solo taxonomy. Okay, creating rubric. Emotional engagement is the ultimate. Let the students be the teacher. Doing the activities during lectures has the potential to retain engagement during lesson. Teaching and learning is a teamwork effort between lecturers and student. Refreshing session. Cuma bila virtual TNL kena lebih kreatif dalam TNL. Still a big challenges to convert Robert. Even worse during virtual TNL. InsyaAllah slowly but surely insyaAllah. Kalau kita ubah tu, we will try to become better. Various ways to implement online cognitive learning. I will have some activities in my lectures to encourage active learning. It's very good. A compact workshop provides overview regarding active learning and great sharing of strategies that will be pursued. Develop student as co-teacher, helping on delivery practically to their buddies and guidance by lecturer. Now need to do a reflection on my own active teaching and learning mode and work towards implementation. Improve the teaching and become a level 1 teacher. Level 3, supposedly you become level 3, bukan level 1. I gain more about ideas on how to conduct class activities. I just started teaching last semester. This may not give me some input on how I can try to get the student actively involved in class activity. Let me try first. I will let you know. Thanks for sharing. Okay. We are agency to implement active learning to ensure the quality of our education. This webinar gives an overview on what and how should I prepare my teaching and learning for the next coming semester. Okay, right. I think that's all. Prof Karim tak ada kan sini? Prof Karim tak ada. So I think that's all for the session for today's. Really thankful to every one of you. For those actually that that wanted to know more about what actually that Sekolah Malaysia provide, so you actually may visit, kalau pergi dekat ada website yang saya boleh share, temporary website sebenarnya, sebab kita pun baru lagi, bangkak lagi. Kalau nak tahu a bit more about Sekolah Malaysia, but we also provide training. For example, like if let's say you want to use Canva for teaching and learning punya purpose, how you can encourage collaboration for Canva. Next week, I'll be actually having this course with you, hybridize your teaching with flipped cooperative learning, so that we can actually use, for example, like how can we use flipped cooperative approach to ensure that we can encourage more teamwork activities, more skills, and so on lah. So you may follow as well, ada Facebook Sekolah Malaysia, Sekolah Malaysia, ataupun IG. you may follow that. So those are some activities that we, from time to time, adalah activities that we share. Okay. So thank you very much to everyone. Take care. Semoga berjaya lah untuk conduct a much more meaningful activities or session for next semester, insyaAllah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Dazli, thank you very much from CDAE. We hope to see you again on the 30th, which is next Wednesday. So thank you also to all our participants. We appreciate you being here throughout the morning. So inshallah, don't forget on the 30th, Dr. Tazli's second webinar. Thank you very much. Don't forget the attendance link and the survey form. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.